Chapter 848. And Lin thought about it for a moment before deciding that he had to fight for his disciples' happiness. And Lin, all the spectators, boom! Besides, I lost the bet. So what if I give him a chance? I don't regret it. Fanny, please reconsider, the white flame figure urged. You. Fanny pointed a trembling finger at Lin with an aggrieved expression. How could you do this? How could you bully me like this? All of the Pill Tower elders finally exploded with rage. Even though things had developed in a very dramatic fashion, it seemed like both the male and female protagonists were extremely serious about this. Could this really be fate? The golden figure flicked a finger at Fanny's forehead. Silly girl, you're throwing yourself into this as well. Dominic slapped his forehead. Fate be damned. How did things get to this point? The golden figure's hands shattered the guardrail. Meanwhile, on the Dow Plaza's competition platform, the two of them stared at one another. Calm down. Don't be rash. Dominic, calm down first and see how things develop. If Fanny really, I'll kill them. And Lin, you can't. Fanny, a Pill Tower elder yelled. Dominic turned toward Xiao Zhe, and he could see that he was also extremely serious. The golden figure murmured to himself, as if he was trying his best to repress his emotions. Fanny's father was most likely Dominic, who was also known as the Pill Sage. He was very famous, and he was also a powerful figure in the opposite shore realm. Furthermore, he was very open-minded and progressive, and it could be said that he treated all of the tribes on the continent equally, so he had a very wide network of friends. This was the first time they had encountered someone who was looking for a partner for his disciple through a bet. You're proud, confident, beautiful, and powerful. Your every smile is like the most beautiful thing in this world. I think this is fate. I've dreamed for countless years, and the heavens have finally allowed you to appear before me. Can you become my friend? Impudent, demonic dragon, how dare you covet the daughter of the Pill Sage? The Crimson Spider elder charged toward Xiao Zhe, only to be rooted to the spot by Dongfang Zhuangshi. Oh, what if I'm the one to object? A golden figure abruptly appeared between Fanny and Xiaoza. His figure was tall and proud, and his body was elegant and graceful. I'm Fanny's father, the golden figure replied. At this time, Lin stood out. He pointed at the group of Pill Tower elders and said loudly, they are a match made in heaven. How can you demons oppose them? Countless onlookers also looked at the woman in shock. Dominic's body trembled as he looked at his daughter in shock. In any case, Xiaoza was so touched that he couldn't control himself. However, the other living beings weren't the same. And Lin, Dominic saw a hint of determination and anticipation in the woman's eyes. As soon as Fanny finished speaking, Xiaoza's eyes flashed. Xiaoza stared at Fanny with sincerity in his eyes. But Fanny bit her lower lip. He's just a kid. A hint of immaturity appeared on the man's face. Fellow Taoist Fanny, I've actually already reached the age where I can mate. The reason why I became smaller in the past was so that I could be more compatible with Master, Dominic. Father! I want to give it a try. And Lin turned toward the golden figure to find that he also had the appearance of a human with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was quite handsome, but his skin was also golden. As the daughter of the Pill Sage, no one has ever had the courage to say something like this to me. This answer once again struck countless people in the arena until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. There was no helping it. The bet that Lin wanted Fanny to fulfill was simply far too shocking. Fanny, father, just give me and Fanny a chance. I'll do my best. Xiaoza spoke with sincerity in his eyes, and Lin was immediately displeased. What do you mean I'm bullying you? Where else can I find someone as exceptional as Xiaoza? Aside from me, who else is more exceptional than him? This man was way too terrifying, Fanny Fanny pursed her lips and harumphed in a slightly haughty manner. Since you lost the bet, then I'll give you a chance. Xiaoza's powers are far beyond our reach. So she wasn't disgusted? After that, Xiaoza seemed to have mustered up his courage as he stared at Fanny with his dark, spirited eyes. I'm not very good at expressing my emotions, but when I first laid eyes on you, I knew that you were the right person. Su Xiaolan couldn't help but massage her brows, and Lin's imagination and actions had once again refreshed her imagination. In all honesty, wasn't Lin really not afraid of being slapped to death by the pill sage? This was the first time that Fanny had said so many words in a row, and she stared directly at her father, on the top floor of the 7-colored, glazed pagoda. The daughter of the pill sage is an exalted woman. She's not someone you can mess with. Some of the elders were extremely enraged. This was far too serious for them to bear. Fanny lowered her head in a rare display as she intertwined her fingers together. Fanny's breathing was a little unsteady, and she unconsciously intertwined her fingers together. She stole a glance at Xiaoza before averting her gaze. All of the elders flared up with rage. And Lin, Dominic looked at Xiaoza before turning to Fanny. How can you tolerate such a shameless dragon tribe cultivator? He knows who I am, but he still stepped forward without any hesitation to express his feelings. From this, it can be seen that he has a scorching heart for me. A handsome man with intricate dragon horns, fair skin, and black eyes appeared before Fanny. Think about it. If someone suddenly presented the lover of their dreams to you, wouldn't you be touched? He couldn't help but turn to look at the handsome man beside him, the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, and Lin. Father! Fanny pursed her lips with a dejected expression. I'm sorry. I failed to live up to your expectations. I didn't become the champion, and I made a bet and lost the bet. All of the spectators, including Lin and Su Xiaolan, convulsed as they grumbled internally. Xiaoza had F** King maxed out his love lines. Deathly silence ensued, and one could hear a pin drop. All of the spectators drew a sharp intake of breath, and Lin glared at the uninvited guest. Who the hell do you think you are? Fanny finally spoke. Her voice was no longer filled with indignation and resentment. Instead, it was tinged with unease and a hint of indescribable curiosity. Why, you're telling the truth? The feelings you have toward me, and everything you've done in the past, are all real? Fanny blushed slightly. I think he's pretty brave. This was the first time someone of the opposite sex had publicly expressed their love to her. She couldn't describe what this was like, but her heart was beating a little faster. The man was looking at his beloved disciple with a gratified expression. There was encouragement and love in his eyes, as well as a hint of confidence and calmness. This was the first time someone of the opposite sex had expressed their love to her in public. She couldn't describe what this was like, but her heart was beating a little faster. From the look in her eyes, it looked like she was serious. What the F** was this supposed to be? Crack. Bam. I'm a shut-in dragon who has been a shut-in for countless years, so I'm not very good with words. I once used the Golden Realm Essence crystals to create a dragon princess according to my most perfect dream, and that dragon princess spent countless years with me, all of the spectators. To their surprise, Xiaoza spoke first before he had a chance to speak. He was like a bashful little girl who didn't know what to do. Until one day, I felt as if I had seen a living dragon princess. Fanny, aside from the fact that you don't have dragon horns, you're exactly the same as the dragon princess of my dreams. They wanted a master like this as well, and Lin was extremely gratified. His master had helped his disciple to this extent, and the disciple hadn't embarrassed his master. Instead, he was unleashing a frenzy of attacks on his target. This was the kind of love that would silently give him, only to suddenly give him a pleasant surprise. Xiaoza immediately pointed to the sky. I can swear to the heavens. Xiaoza was extremely touched. He could sense in Lin's concern and love for him. Chapter 849. Dominic was an open-minded person, but he wasn't a casual person. This matter concerned his daughter's future happiness, so he couldn't overthink it no matter what. Dominic fell into a dilemma. This was a very difficult question. He was at a complete loss for what to do, but he still had to respect his daughter's decision, so he nodded with difficulty. Fanny, I won't interfere with Xiao Zhe's affairs, but you have to be decisive. Also, if you're being bullied, tell me, boom. An extremely terrifying aura soared into the sky, and both Enlin and Xiao Zhe were struck by a sense of suffocating pressure. This was the power of a Dao integration stage, super mighty figure. Tell me, and I'll make them regret living in this world. Dominic spoke in an indifferent voice, but the determination in his eyes made it impossible for anyone to doubt his words. Perhaps this was the only thing a father could do for his daughter's happiness. The celestial Darch had bragged to him not long ago about the little war god of the celestial court, Enlin, who was always able to surprise everyone. Even though he had a lot of secrets, he wasn't a bad person. On the contrary, he was very persistent and had a bottom line, and his disciple also seemed to be very obedient. This was why Dominic didn't choose to strike immediately. His daughter was going to fall in love sooner or later, so he would just let her be Fanny and Xiao Zhe both faltered upon hearing this. Dominic had agreed, and Lin and Su Xiaolan were also quite surprised. It appeared that things were going to be easier than they had imagined. They had thought that they would have to spend a bit more time persuading him. However, what Enlin and the others didn't expect was just how much of a struggle Dominic had put up during that period of time. Furthermore, the Celestial Darch had coincidentally assisted Enlin and his team, which was also the most important factor that had allowed things to go so smoothly. Fanny, this is great. A blissful smile appeared on Xiao Zhe's handsome face. He couldn't repress his emotions any longer, and he rushed over to pick Fanny up. Splat! Xiao Zhe was slammed into the ground by Dominic's palm, and he didn't even have any chance to resist. And Lin, humph! You better know your place. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. Dominic warned with a vicious glint in his eyes. Xiaoza crawled up from the ground with an embarrassed smile on his face. Okay, Dad. I don't have any relatives, so we'll be family from now on. The corner of Dominic's mouth twitched. Fanny chuckled with a hand over her mouth. For some reason, she didn't feel any disgust toward Xiaoza's shameless pursuit. Instead, she felt an indescribable sense of bliss in her heart. The Pill Saint actually agreed for his daughter to be with that dragon? An elder's eyes were dull as he pinched the arm of the four-armed ape beside him. Ouch! Why are you pinching me? The four-armed ape elder jumped up. I want to see if I'm dreaming, the elder replied. Four-armed ape exploded. Then pinch yourself. The elder replied, I'm afraid of pain. Four-armed ape. Just like that, Xiaoza and Fanny officially became friends. All of the living beings were in a daze. The bizarre developments had far exceeded their imaginations. Not only did Enlin show off to them during the pill refinement competition, but now he even converted the Pill Saint's daughter from an enemy into a friend. Furthermore, she was his disciple's girlfriend. They wouldn't even dare to dream about something like this under normal circumstances. But Enlin had managed to do it. They were sure that Enlin's legendary feats would soon spread throughout the entire Pill City and even the opposite shore realm. No ghost would dare to underestimate this mysterious and powerful pill refinement master. The pill refinement competition drew to a close amid a fireworks display. Gray, who was kneeling on the ground, was forcibly lifted up by Julia. Julia felt like her cousin might have developed some sort of mental problem as he kept muttering nonsense, like, Big Boss Enlin is showing off so much. Please come and carry me. Sigh, this child is always spouting nonsense. He's most likely a cripple. He should be fine after a good beating. Julia glanced at the legendary man with a dejected expression before taking her cousin to recuperate. The recuperation scene was not suitable for children, so they had to find a secluded place to do it. Xiaoza stood beside Fanny with a shy expression as they chatted about some interesting cultivation stories. He was always able to encounter many interesting things whenever he was with Enlin, and the young woman would often burst into laughter. Dongfang Zhuangshi's opinion of Enlin changed from admiration to admiration for the first time upon seeing this, and he couldn't help but praise. Enlin's maneuvering skills are far superior to mine. Su Xiaolan stood beside Enlin and asked in a low voice, "How did you know that Xiaoza was interested in Fanny?" I immediately thought of the golden realm essence crystals as soon as Fanny appeared, so I naturally turned to look at Xiaoza. However, I discovered that Xiaoza was staring at Fanny as if he had lost his soul. It was love at first sight. That's not all. Later on, when I was concocting pills and putting on a show, Xiaoza was still looking at Fanny. I can't take this lying down. I'm so handsome and so badass. Why would Xiaoza look at her? And Lin was unconvinced. Su Xiaolan. This is indeed the power of love. Among the 90 or so participants, 80 of them were planning to join the Pill Tower. Unfortunately, the two most dazzling contestants didn't join the Pill Tower, which was quite a pity. Furthermore, the third-ranked Fanny had been abducted by them. Her heart had been abducted. After a brief interaction with Xiaoza, Dominic discovered to his sorrow that his daughter really did seem to have developed a crush on Xiaoza. What the F***CK, Xiaoza, so you're a member of the 4-9 Immortal Sect. Ah, so this Enlin is the same Enlin as the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal Sect? Hee, sorry about that. But our naming style is different from yours, so it's very easy to get confused. Come to the 4-9 Immortal Sect to play? Sure. I want to go to the Kingdom of the 9 States too. Dominic. Why did his daughter seem to have been abducted a little too quickly? Dominic looked up into the sky. His heart felt so heavy meanwhile in a certain space in the opposite shore realm. A blue bat flew through the sky, and its black and white eyes surveyed the entire area within a radius of over 500 kilometers. No disguise or concealment could escape its eyes. Beside it stood a red turtle, which was holding a silver divination in its hand. Your Majesty, the 3 immortal beasts at the Return to Void Pinnacle stage have already sealed off the border of the opposite shore realm with the Infernal Realm seal. But it has expended a lot of energy, so we only have less than 5 days left, the red turtle reported. Beside the red tortoise was the divine Bat Emperor, who ruled over an entire realm. That's enough. Where's our next stop? The divine Bat Emperor asked. The divination indicates that there's a very good chance that they're going to Pill City to participate in the pill refinement competition. The red turtle replied with a hesitant expression. The divine Bat Emperor was silent for a moment before asking, "Did you not rest well?" The red turtle. I don't really believe it myself, but the divination indicates that they're going to participate in the pill refinement competition instead of fleeing for their lives. Are they afraid that no one will know where they are? Even a fool wouldn't do something like that, right? The divine Bat Emperor was getting impatient. We're in a hurry, so let's not waste time on useless things. A hesitant expression appeared on the red turtle's face. Then should we choose our next stop? The divine Bat Emperor was silent for a moment before making a voice transmission talisman. Soon, a voice sounded from within. Divine Bat Emperor, how did you find me? Pill Sage, I need your help. I'll send you a few auras, and you can use your divine sense to see if they're in Pill City. No problem. Moments later, the Pill Sage looked at Enlin, Xiao Zhe, and the others before falling into deep thought. What a coincidence. He was just trying to figure out how to get rid of these people who were trying to kidnap his daughter. Who would have thought that an opportunity would come so quickly? Was the heavens helping him? Dominic looked at the group of people before him, and a joyful smile appeared on his face as he sensed the auras from the voice transmission talisman. Chapter 850. Divine Bat Emperor, you really are my lucky star. Dominic was just about to admit that Enlin and the others were there when he heard his daughter's bell-like laughter. He couldn't help but look at her. Fanny had a very happy smile on her face, and it was as if all of her grief and disappointment from her failed pill refinement had been swept away. She had lost the glory of being the champion, but she had gained something else important. Humph, you really know how to deceive a little girl. Receive your retribution. Dominic gritted his teeth, but he was still smiling at his daughter. His heart ached, but at the same time he felt happy and gratified. It was a very strange feeling. Hey, Pill Saint, are they in Pill City or not? Pill Saint? Hurry up and reply. Dominic finally lost his patience and said, No, scram! Divine Bat Emperor. The alchemy sage had a strange temper and was not to be trifled with. This was something that many super almighties knew. The Divine Bat Emperor didn't find this strange. As for the Pill Sage's denial, it believed him. After all, as a dignified Pill Saint, there was no reason for him to protect a group of unrelated people. Let's go to the next place. The Divine Bat Emperor spread open its massive blue wings and changed directions. Its massive body whistled through the opposite shore realm as it continued to pursue Enlin and the others. Just like that, an invisible threat was neutralized by Fanny's smile. Dominic looked at Fanny, who was smiling brightly, and also smiled. It had to be said that Fanny was very beautiful when she smiled. And Lin appraised Fanny with an appreciative look in his eyes. He also felt that this woman was impeccably beautiful. Even though Fanny was a ghost, she still had the appearance of a human. The only difference was that she was a little more dazzling and golden, which gave her a peculiar sense of beauty. Xiaoza liked this kind of thing, so it was a good match. Racial segregation was actually not a problem in the eyes of some almighty beings. Take Su Xiaolan, for example. Her mother was a human almighty, but her father was a dragon. That was why she had the bloodline of the true dragon and the divine phoenix. Of course, he also had the vermilion bird bloodline now. And Lin thought that if he and Su Xiaolan had a child in the future, would the child also have a quarter of the dragon clan's bloodline? Long Bao Bao. It was exciting just thinking about it. Just as Enlin was fantasizing about the future, the Pill Sage walked over to greet him. Sect leader Enlin, it's an honor to meet you. Dominic smiled, and Lin gulped. He had made a bet with the daughter of a Tao integration stage super mighty being and his disciple. Who knew if the Pill Sage would hold a grudge against him for this? Pill Sage will be in-laws from now on. There's no need to be so polite. Just call me by my name, and Lin said tactfully. Dominic's face convulsed slightly. Xiao Zhe must have learned his shamelessness from Enlin, right? Don't try to get close to me. Who knows? My daughter might dump your disciple tomorrow. Dominic said with a dark expression. And Lin, on the other hand, was cheerful. He had an expression that said, My disciple got your Dubai's vegetables, so he can just leave after doing so. In any case, it's not a loss. Dominic was enraged upon seeing this, and he wanted to call the Divine Bat Emperor over his voice transmission talisman and ask it to come and capture him. Tell me the truth. What happened between you and the Divine Bat Emperor? Those beasts have concealed their auras, but they can't hide from my divine sense, Dominic said. And Lin was silent for a long while before replying, it wasn't that big of a deal. I just fought with one of its subordinates. Dominic chuckled coldly. Hee, the Divine Bat Emperor chased you all the way to the opposite shore realm after a fight? It just contacted me to ask me about your whereabouts. And Lin, thank you, in-laws. And Lin said gratefully. He knew that the Pill Sage had already taken care of this matter. Otherwise, the Pill Sage wouldn't have come here to mention this to him. So he was genuinely grateful. Dominic continued to chuckle coldly. You say we're in-laws, but you're hiding something like this from me? I have to be responsible for my daughter's safety, so you better be honest with me. And Lin's eyes lit up. You admit that you're in-laws. Dominic took a deep breath. Was that the point? But it looked like he really did say something wrong. Damn it. Should he just kill him to silence him? In-laws, I'll be honest with you. I entered the vast land of blood mystic realm, and after I came out, I got into a conflict with the Nightmare Mudman and the others, and we fought, and Lynn explained. You're still calling me in-laws. Dominic repressed the urge to fly into a rage. And then, I know about the Nightmare Mudman. It's a return to void final stage mighty figure. And then we killed the Nightmare Mudman. We also accidentally killed the Flaming Falcon and the Dark Dragon Ape. After that, the Divine Bat Emperor seemed to be very angry and chased after us. And Lynn explained. Dominic took a deep breath. You really dared to fight them. He had killed 3 return to void stage mighty figures in quick succession, one of which was a return to void final stage mighty figure. This was a major event across the entire continent. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. But the reason the Divine Bat Emperor chased after us was probably because of that middle-aged man and gluttony, right? He turned to Dongfang Zhuangshi as he spoke. Dongfang Zhuangshi didn't evade Dominic's gaze. Instead, he looked back at him with an extremely calm expression. I'll be honest with you, in-laws. This does indeed have something to do with that middle-aged man. Hence, we urgently need to refine a few pills to escape from the opposite shore realm. And Lynn heaved a forlorn sigh. Dominic nodded in response. For some reason, after hearing the term in-laws a few times, he wasn't as disgusted by it as before. Could it be that he was used to it? This and Lynn sure had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Dominic waved a hand in support of Lynn's decision to enter the pill tower to search for ingredients. However, he had one condition, and that was to convince Fanny not to follow them. They could discuss this after they returned to the 4-9 Immortal sect. Xiao Zhe didn't want Fanny to follow them, so he agreed to Dominic's condition. Soon, they had gathered all the ingredients. With the protection of the pill sage's in-laws, they decided to refine the pills in the pill tower. This was Dongfang Zhuangshi's exclusive recipe, a 3rd-grade spirit pill. However, the effect of the pill was extremely astonishing, and it could conceal one's aura for an entire day. And Lin had the divine poison frog do some experiments, and he discovered that after the divine poison frog ran more than 15 kilometers away, not only was Dongfang Zhuangshi unable to detect its location, but even the pill sage was unable to detect its aura. This was amazing. Even the pill sage was shocked by the effects of the pill. However, what was even more surprising to Enlin and the others, the divine poison frog really did disappear. That's right, the divine poison frog disappeared from everyone's field of vision with the help of that terrifying pill power. And it never returned, and Lin looked into the boundless night sky and sighed with emotion as he recalled the words that the frog had once said. Following them was indeed not a good choice. The Divine Bat Emperor's target was Enlin and the others, so it could be said that the Divine Poison Frog's departure was the wisest decision. It would allow them to completely escape from the Divine Bat Emperor's pursuit, because the Divine Bat Emperor wouldn't chase after a frog unless it was an idiot. A traveling frog has finally gone on a journey. And Lin shook his head and bade farewell to this friend he had met by chance. Chapter 851. The Divine Poison Frog's abrupt departure left Ao Nyo feeling quite sad for a long while. Moo, why did such a good frog leave? Ao Nyo's voice was filled with sorrow and regret, and Lin's expression darkened. Why do you make it sound like the frog just died? Tears welled up in Ao Nyo's eyes. I treated it as a friend. It's so smart, so intelligent. Why would it make such a choice? It's afraid that it'll be in mortal danger if it follows me. And Lin replied with a nonchalant expression, Ao Nyo, I'll give you a choice now. You can choose to leave us, and I won't say anything. Ao Nyo shook its head without hesitation. No, the sinister spirit beast cesspool doesn't have a place for me anymore. I'd rather stay with you guys than go somewhere else. You're so powerful, and I feel like I'll have a bright future if I follow you. And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this before a smile appeared on his face. You sure have a good eye. Ao Nyo wasn't a very complicated person. but it had a very simple yet stubborn outlook on certain things, which was quite surprising. Everyone stayed at the pill tower for a day, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, Xiaozhe, the jade bone immortal bug, Dongfang Zhuangshi, Gluttony, and Aonyo were all given 3 aura-concealing spirit pills that Dongfang Zhuangshi had specially made for them. And Lin and Su Xiaolan also exchanged their immortal pill coupons for immortal pills. And Lin exchanged for a heavenly soul pill, which was a 6th grade immortal pill that could elevate one's consciousness to the pinnacle for a short period of time. The pill refinement masters of the opposite shore realm were very well versed in the subject of consciousness, and they had a vast array of spiritual type immortal pills. And Lin had chosen this immortal pill out of so many different types, as he wanted to see what it would be like if his consciousness were to be elevated to the pinnacle. Of course, this immortal pill could only be used at a critical juncture. I'm going now, Fanny. I'll contact you when I get back to the 4-9 immortal sect. Xiao Zhe placed an inky black dragon scale in Fanny's hand before waving goodbye. All right, I'll be waiting for your news. A vibrant smile blossomed on Fanny's face as she spun around in midair before waving a slender hand through the air, upon which countless streaks of golden light fell from the night sky like rain. This was the unique farewell ceremony of their race, and it looked very beautiful. A man and a woman passionately in love really knew how to play. And Lin and the others swallowed a concealment spirit pill before flying toward the Kingdom of the 9 States. The Kingdom of the 9 States was located in the southeastern direction of the opposite shore realm, while Pill City was located in the western direction of the opposite shore realm. Thus, it was still quite a long journey, and they had to be wary of the divine Bat Emperor. Although the Pill Sage was a little worried about the safety of Enlin and the others, there was nothing he could do. Tao integration stage mighty figures were naturally more sensitive to one another. Thus, the Pill Sage's presence would attract the divine Bat Emperor's attention even more. If the divine Bat was happy and came over to greet him, he would be exposed. This wasn't to say that the Pill Sage was afraid of the divine Bat Emperor. However, if they really did encounter it, then many things would become very troublesome. In fact, it could even cause a huge commotion in Pill City. And Lin was also quite embarrassed. He had already conquered the Pill Saint's daughter. Could it be that he had to drag the Pill Saint down with him? Thus, they decided to travel to the Kingdom of the 9 States on their own. A black dragon over 10,000 feet in length flew through the sky, sweeping up gusts of gale-force winds. And Lin and the others sat on the dragon's head and looked down at the strange and dazzling scenes that flashed before their eyes. As they approached the central region from the west, a certain type of nomological suppression began to appear. Everyone could sense a certain aura of decay. It was ancient, distant, and deathly. Layers upon layers of elements permeated the air. And Lin, Xiaoza, and the others all felt like their powers were being suppressed. Beings with exuberant vitality would have their powers suppressed. However, Dongfang Zhuangshi and Gluttony felt extremely refreshed. The closer one was to death, the more their powers would be amplified. Ah, I like this smell. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Su Xiaolan wanted to say something, but she hesitated. And Lin couldn't help but ask, Uncle Dongfang, are you sure you're okay? You look like you're about to die. I've already died a few times, so what's the big deal? Dongfang Zhuangshi chuckled. Gluttony chimed in. To put it more accurately, Master's current situation is not really a living being. Instead, he's hovering between life and death. And Lin was speechless. This place was a paradise for the dead. However, Fanny, who could naturally absorb the power of death, was different. Many living beings didn't have this ability, and they had to actively cultivate Yin-type cultivation methods in order to survive here. Hey, look down there. There's so many zombies. Su Xiaolan let loose a cry of surprise, and Lin looked down to discover that 2 waves of zombies with no signs of life were crashing into one another. There were hundreds of thousands of soldiers on both sides. The zombies tore at one another's bodies in an extremely frenzied battle. Some of the monsters had even had their heads eaten off, but they were still able to move, tearing their enemies' bodies to shreds with their sharp claws. It looked like the two armies were engaged in a massive battle, but there were actually only two living beings participating in the battle. These were two soul formation stage necromancers. They stood at the very back of the two armies, unleashing long-range attacks while controlling the zombies to attack. Where did they find all these corpses? And Lin furrowed his brows. He didn't like the idea of the living using the dead as weapons. The jade bone immortal butterfly flew on Lin's shoulder and explained, "The opposite shore realm is a renowned paradise for the dead. Living beings on the brink of death will be able to live longer in the opposite shore realm due to their increased power. Due to this, the opposite shore realm has become an exceptional graveyard, attracting many living beings on the brink of death to come here." And Lin, so this was a natural graveyard? Dying beings could come here to live longer. It had to be said, this was a very attractive condition. At least, it was very attractive to those who were afraid of death. This was one of the most detestable places on the continent. At the very least, it wasn't suitable for living beings on the brink of death. They loved the opposite shore realm, and Lin and the others took a glance at the battle down below before flying back to the kingdom of the 9 states. Xiao, Zhe, and the others concealed their auras, and the two necromancers on the ground didn't even detect a gargantuan figure flying over them. However, they were given a fright by the sudden burst of gale force winds, and they thought that their opponent had unleashed a wind-type spell technique. In reality, that was only the wind that Xiao Zhe had stirred up. Thus, everyone flew peacefully for a while. After a day, they arrived at the southeastern region of the opposite shore realm, where the temperature began to drop. The holy glacial lands were located in the east, while the southeastern region was a region that extended directly into the kingdom of the 9 states. And Lin and the others became extremely nervous as they focused their attention. They didn't even need to guess to know that the divine Bat Emperor had definitely set up some sort of trap at the border of the opposite shore realm. Boom, 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 violent energy. Fluctuations erupted from the eastern region. Dongfang Zhuangshi's brows furrowed slightly. There seems to be a battle going on over there. It's none of our business. Let's get out of here. And Lin didn't want to cause trouble. Boom! An extremely frosty blue streak of light sliced through the earth like a divine sword, slicing the earth within a radius of over 50 kilometers in half. Even a city down below was sliced in half and sealed in ice. Gasp! And Lin and the others' pupils contracted at the same time. Both sides were extremely powerful. Quick! Let's go! Head straight south! And Lin urged in a panicked voice. They couldn't allow anything to go wrong with their escape plan at a time like this. Xiao Zhe was also well aware of this, and he began to fly toward the south. The battle was taking place in the east, so they should be able to escape from the south, right? Boom, boom, boom. 2 extremely terrifying waves of energy collided violently in the south, and heaven and earth began to cave in as the aura of the divine Tao enshrouded the heavens. And Lin, let's go west. Chapter 852. However, just as they were about to head west, a powerful spatial seal completely sealed off an area within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Rumble, boundless power of the divine Tao enshrouded heaven and earth. Countless evil ghosts appeared in the air before devouring all living beings in their path. Kukuku, Mangji, don't even think about getting away. I'm going to kill you today. A twisted, black, round body of flesh revealed a pair of bloodthirsty, crimson eyes as a series of black tentacles imbued with the power of the engulfment divine Tao pierced through space before grabbing toward a white figure at an extremely terrifying speed. The white figure flashed through the air, and the black tentacles had only just made contact with the white figure before its body shattered like a snowflake. In the next instant, the white figure appeared elsewhere. Humph, no matter how you dodge, you won't be able to escape from me. I'm going to exhaust you to death sooner or later. A triumphant smile appeared on the black body of flesh, and its power of the divine Tao surged forth before crashing toward the white figure. Xiao Zhe and the others silently made their way to the edge of the spatial seal. We really got caught in the crossfire. We didn't even want to be spectators, so how did we get caught up in the battle? Gluttony grumbled with displeasure. A faint smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she looked at Lin. Perhaps a certain someone possesses a powerful ability to attract enemies? Thankfully, they don't seem to have discovered us. It's all thanks to the powerful effects of the spirit pill. And Lin couldn't find any words to refute this. Both sides are at the return to void pinnacle stage, but I'm quite surprised that the ghost tribe possesses a spatial sealing divine tool, Dongfang Zhuangshi said with a surprised expression. Everyone's expression shifted upon hearing this. Divine tool. That was a weapon that even some Dao integration stage mighty figures didn't possess. But this return to void pinnacle stage mighty figure also had one. Divine tools were extremely powerful, and mighty figures at the return to void pinnacle stage could even battle weaker Dao integration stage super mighty figures for a short period of time. It was exactly because of this that the high priestess of the Snow Maidens, Mengji, was being suppressed by the ghost tribe. Who would have thought that there would be other pay-to-win players aside from me? And Lin said with a solemn expression, Uncle Dongfang, do you have the confidence to break this spatial seal? Su Xiaolan asked worriedly. A grave expression appeared on Dongfang Zhuangshi's face. That's not necessarily the case. However, if I make a move, those two will definitely detect it. How about we stay here and wait for the battle to end? And Lin suggested, Dongfang Zhuangshi. Are you sure you want to be such a coward? And Lin thought for a moment before replying. Plan A is to break out of the seal. That way, we'll either be able to escape successfully or be forced into battle. That way, we'll definitely be exposed. Plan B is to hide in a corner. We'll either be discovered or we'll successfully conceal ourselves until the end of the battle. Even if we're discovered, we can still execute Plan A and try to break the seal by force. So you know what to choose, right? Hearing this, everyone felt that it made sense, and they quietly hid themselves. Dongfang Zhuangshi unleashed another concealment spell technique to prevent them from being discovered by the ghostly beings wreaking havoc in the air. He then hid behind a huge rock and observed the battle in the distance. Boom, boom, boom! Terrifying energy blasts transformed the area within a radius of several dozen kilometers into a purgatory. Mengji wielded her golden staff and dodged the ghostly beings' attacks, but she was unable to find an opportunity to retaliate. It looked like she wouldn't be able to last much longer. Outside of the spatial seal, about 1,000 kilometers to the east, the battle there was even more terrifying. It appeared to be a battle between Dao integration stage super mighty figures. The Great Empress seemed to be the only Dao integration stage super mighty figure among the Snow Maidens. So, it looked like the Snow Maidens were going all out in this battle, and Lin couldn't help but recall the battle at the Vermilion Bird sect not long ago. Why are the Snow Maidens so restless? It's only been a short while, and they're already engaged in an all-out battle. Furthermore, it's an all-out battle between top-tier bosses. Do they really like to fight that much? Only they would dare to make enemies out of all of us, and Lin muttered to himself. It's best if they all die. A frosty expression appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. She was clearly quite resentful toward the Snow Maidens, and Lin stroked his chin. I heard that the Snow Maiden's home was bombed. Could that have something to do with that? Master, are you saying that the Snow Maidens are fighting because they're moving? Xiao Zhe was astonished, and Lin corrected him. No, they're invading. He really didn't have a good impression of the troublemaking Snow Maidens. There were many beautiful big sisters, but he really didn't like them. I wonder if Sister Shangguan is here. It'd be great if we could take her back, Su Xiaolan suddenly said. And Lin looked around the battlefield to find that there were only two places with the most violent energy fluctuations. One was here, and the other was where the Great Empress was. There was also a place that was barely discernible, but it was probably too far away for him to detect. Ha ha ha, how about you give in to me, little beauty? I'll treat you well, and we can have spiritual intercourse that you've never experienced before. The ghost tribe mighty figure chortled with glee. Gasp! And Lynn drew a sharp intake of breath. What is this spiritual intercourse that it's talking about? I feel like I'm getting the wrong idea. A blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. Dongfang Zhuangshi shook his head. You're not getting the wrong idea. It's the kind of spiritual intercourse that you're imagining. The ghost tribe has a type of soul copulation technique that's very stimulating, but also very dangerous. If you go too far, both of your souls will be severely wounded. Su Xiaolan and Lin's eyes widened. You've tried it before, uncle? Dongfang Zhuangshi chuckled. I have. It's really exhilarating. Do you want to come? I can teach this technique to you and Xiaolan. And Lin, Su Xiaolan. I refuse. And Lin was a little disappointed upon hearing this. I also refuse. This is a deviant technique, and a good man like me can't be bothered to come into contact with it. Meng Ji's white robe fluttered in the wind, and she wore a cold expression on her face. She didn't insult or provoke the ghost tribe mighty figure in the slightest as she continued to evade its attacks. One side was engaged in an earth-shattering battle. The other side was having a lively conversation while eating melons. Dongfang Zhuangshi seemed to be very interested in this topic. It's okay if you don't like it. You guys know that my name is Blood Karen, and I know an even more stimulating method of copulation. What method of copulation? And Lin's eyes widened with curiosity. Blood copulation. Do you want to know more about it? Dongfang Zhuangshi's eyes glowed with excitement. And Lin, Su Xiaolan. I feel like you should consider the feelings of a girl when discussing this topic. The Jade Bone Immortal Butterfly. I second that. Chapter 853. The two female listeners objected vehemently, and Dongfang Zhuangshi could only change the subject. Divine technique, eternal death god. The ghost tribe mighty figure roared with rage as a dark light burst forth from the black bone divine tool in its hand. Heaven and earth began to tremor as the power of the divine Tao materialized into a black skeleton over 10,000 feet tall and wielding a crimson scythe. The skeleton's robe was constructed from inky black, ghostly material, and it chanted the demonic voice of hell as it slashed its blade toward the flashing white figure in the distance. Crack! Heaven and earth seemed to have been sliced in half as a series of cracks appeared. Meng Ji's body had also been severed at the waist, and her body had been dislocated. Bam! Her body exploded into a shower of white snowflakes. Her body then materialized somewhere in the air again. Meng Ji's expression was still as cold as ever, but blue blood was flowing from the corners of her lips. Kukuku, stop struggling. The eternal death god can lock onto your consciousness and attack it. No matter how you try to evade or resist, it will be able to strike your consciousness every time it strikes. The ghost tribe mighty figure chuckled with elation as the divine tool in its hand flashed again. The black skeleton's scythe fell again. Meng Ji gritted her teeth, and her body transformed into a streak of white light as she charged toward the ghost tribe mighty figure. She was clearly planning to fight to the death. Let's get ready to sneak out of here. We'll run as soon as the seal is lifted. Dongfang Zhuangshi's eyes narrowed slightly. A blue divine light burst forth from Meng Ji's golden staff, which combined with her fearless body to form a sharp blade that could slice through heaven and earth before stabbing toward the ghost tribe mighty figure behind the black skeleton. The black skeleton's scythe fell, slicing through Meng Ji's power of the divine Tao as well as her body at the same time. Bam! A familiar scene ensued as Meng Ji's body exploded again. In the next instant, Meng Ji's body appeared before the black skeleton, and she threw up another mouthful of blood. She had clearly been severely wounded, but her pure golden eyes had become extremely sharp. She continued to charge forward with an unstoppable force, and the blue divine Tao blade pierced through the black skeleton's body before heading directly toward the ghost tribe mighty figure. A panicked expression appeared on the ghost tribe mighty figure's face as it blasted forth a wave of white, deathly energy, which materialized into a thick wall before it. Rumble. The blue divine Tao blade struck the white wall of deathly energy, upon which an extremely terrifying shockwave erupted. The power of extreme frost instantly froze the space within a radius of several dozen kilometers, and Lin and the others, who were at the edge of the spatial seal, felt a bone-piercing chill. At the center of the collision, the low temperature even froze the death chi shield. Break! A clear and indifferent voice rang out. The shield of death energy exploded, and the blue blade pierced through the body of the ghost race's supreme being, and Lin's eyes widened. Meng Ji was able to kill a divine tool-wielding mighty figure. Dongfang Zhuangshi shook his head. No, it's Meng Ji who's about to die. Sure enough, although the ghost clan's supreme being was trembling, a sinister smile appeared on his face. The power of the extreme frost divine Tao spread more and more slowly around the ghost tribe mighty figure's wound before finally coming to a standstill. Is that all? The ghost tribe mighty figure's eyes flashed as he breathed, and his black, decaying hands grabbed onto the blue divine Tao blade projection before squeezing viciously. Bang! The peerlessly sharp power was crushed by the ghost tribe mighty figure's bare hands, and Meng Ji hurtled back in retreat as blood gushed from her mouth. At the same time, the black skeleton's scythe fell again. The crimson scythe sliced through heaven and earth with a dazzling red light, as if it existed in this world, but also as if it had transcended to another dimension. Crack! Meng Ji's body was sliced in half again. Bam! Her body exploded again, and Lin stared at the scenes unfolding before his eyes with a speechless expression. Is there an end to this? How many lives does she have? Dongfang Zhuangshi wore a knowledgeable expression. This is the Snow Maiden's Lotus Snow Transformation Technique, which allows her to transfer the damage she has sustained to the Lotus Snow while she chooses to escape. As long as one has enough power, they can evade this spell technique countless times without sustaining any injuries. It's a pity that the death god summoned by the ghost tribe's divine tool possesses a portion of the power of laws. As long as it unleashes its scythe, it will be able to destroy its enemy's consciousness. The high priestess is unable to completely transfer the death god's power, so she can take 3 more hits at most. 3 hits? Everyone finally perked up upon hearing this as they stared nervously at Meng Ji in the distance. In any case, the fall of a mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage was still quite a sight to behold, and Lin and the others paid their respects to him. There was nothing wrong with reminiscing about him. Meng Ji continued to retreat as her golden staff hovered in front of her. Her hands transformed into a series of afterimages as she made a series of hand seals. Blue divine Tao vein patterns appeared beneath her feet like a formation. Boom! A terrifying frosty aura soared into the heavens and shook the heavens. Meng Ji's aura continued to climb explosively, and she managed to transcend beyond the return to void stage in a short time. Ice divine burial. An ethereal voice sounded from her mouth as the projection of a blue goddess appeared in the air. A blue and white ball of divine Tao energy converged in her hand. Meng Ji knew that she had no way out, so she was going to unleash a powerful attack. Ha ha ha, you're already at the end of your tether, so there's no point in struggling. The ghost tribe monarch's body expanded to several times its original size as it unleashed a mystic technique to elevate its power explosively. Divine technique, gaze of the death god. It raised its black, bone-like, divine tool high into the air. Boundless black divine Tao light erupted from the bone before enshrouding heaven and earth. The black skeleton projection expanded explosively once again as its body took on a substantial form. Its crimson eyes were like crimson vortexes that sucked in all things between heaven and earth. My gaze of the death god technique can engulf all spell techniques. It will automatically look toward the enemy with the most powerful consciousness and drag their consciousness into a boundless abyss. You won't be able to escape. Let me use this attack to completely end your life. The ghost tribe monarch cackled as it pointed its divine tool at Meng Ji and unleashed its final attack. Meng Ji also pointed her golden staff toward the ghost tribe monarch. Go! Freeze the ghost tribe mighty figure's life force. The ice god she had summoned waved a sleeve, and the blue and white ball of divine Tao energy in its hand shot forth like a bolt of lightning toward the ghost tribe mighty figure. Gaze of the death god engulf. The ghost tribe mighty figure was brimming with confidence as the divine tool in its hand unleashed an unfathomable power again. The black skeleton projection suddenly tilted its head toward a certain direction as the crimson vortexes in its eyes quickly rotated. The ghost tribe mighty figure. Meng Ji! Boom! Just as the ghost tribe mighty figure was completely dumbstruck, the black skeleton projection unleashed a powerful technique toward the air. With it as the epicenter, everything within a radius of over 50 kilometers was engulfed, regardless of whether it was plants or mountains. All of the living beings' consciousnesses were instantly torn apart. The ghost tribe mighty figure's eyes widened with incredulity. The gaze of the death god technique would only be used against the enemy with the most powerful consciousness aside from itself. Why was the death god staring at the air? That was impossible. Right at that instant, the truth was revealed. A middle-aged man struggled with all his might, but his body was drawn toward the death god's eyes relentlessly. The ghost tribe mighty figure. No! It roared with despair. Boom! Meng Ji's attack exploded in front of the ghost tribe mighty figure. The terrifying power of the ice divine Tao froze the death god and engulfed the ghost tribe mighty figure's body. Chapter 854. Boom! Blue frosty energy exploded, transforming heaven and earth into a frigid hell. Everything was engulfed by Meng Ji's power of the divine Tao, and Lin and the others hid behind the chaotic alloy brick in order to withstand the shockwaves from the explosion. All of them fell into a peculiar silence as they looked on at the explosion in the distance. Are we being forced into a group battle? And Lin finally couldn't help but ask, I heard that the gaze of the death god is targeted the person with the most powerful consciousness? Senior Dongfang sure is impressive to be able to stand out among so many mighty figures. The jade bone immortal butterfly exclaimed, and Lin's expression darkened. Is that the point? What's there to be happy about? Don't forget what we're supposed to do. What? Isn't that the point? Are you looking down on my master? Gluttony bared its teeth. And Lin, was Gluttony's brain really functioning normally? Su Xiaolan. Let's observe a moment of silence for Uncle Dongfang. Ao Nio also heaved a forlorn sigh. Moo, I had thought that Plan B wouldn't work, so we still had Plan A to go with it. Who would have thought that the most powerful being would be dragged into the battlefield, and Plan A would also be ruined? And Lin massaged his brows. Uncle Dongfang probably helped Meng Ji a little. First, he withstood the gaze of the death god with his body. Then he was struck by Meng Ji's most powerful technique. Will he be all right? Gluttony bared its teeth again. What? Are you looking down on my master? And Lin's chest constricted, and he glared at Gluttony with rage. I'm worried about your master. Do you understand? Gluttony pursed its lips. You're worried about a wolf being bullied by a pair of sheep? Isn't that looking down on him? And Lin was speechless. Su Xiaolan chuckled. If your master is Big Wolf and those two sheep are Pleasant Goat and Pretty Goat, then you really do need to be worried about him. Gluttony. And Lin gave her a thumbs up. Brilliant. Well said, Xiaolan. Gluttony was still completely dumbstruck. Just as they continued to act as onlookers and talk trash, Meng Ji's glacial energy slowly dissipated, and everything within a radius of 50 kilometers was transformed into a world of ice and snow. And Lin and the others stopped chatting and silently looked towards the center of the battle. This was a battle between mighty figures at the return to void pinnacle stage, so it wasn't appropriate for them to intervene. As such, they could only watch from the sidelines. If they weren't strong enough, they wouldn't be a burden. They still had this bit of pretentiousness. Theoretically speaking, Dongfang Zhuangshi was quite far away from the death god's gaze and ice god heaven's burial, so the damage he received should have been significantly reduced. Meanwhile, the ghost tribe mighty figure had been struck by the ice god heaven's burial, so the damage it had sustained was completely different. Cough, cough! Meng Ji slowly descended to the ground, and she couldn't help but throw up another mouthful of blood. The injuries she had just sustained, as well as the aftereffects of overexerting her secret technique, were beginning to manifest. 1,000 meters away from her, a sinister-looking black body was frozen into a block of ice. This was the body of the ghost tribe mighty figure. It was quite clear that its ultimate technique had been completely nullified, and Meng Ji was the final victor. Meng Ji no longer looked at the ghost tribe mighty figure. Instead, she turned her attention toward the direction of her savior. A huge block of ice exploded with a resounding boom. Dongfang Zhuangshi walked out from the block of ice in a rather disheveled manner. He glanced at the frozen ghost tribe mighty figure, then at Meng Ji, who was breathing heavily, and a polite yet awkward smile appeared on his face. You guys can continue. I'm just a passerby." He waved a hand and was about to leave. Meng Ji opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything. She suddenly felt like it wasn't a bad idea to let him leave. A series of coincidental events had made her who she was now, seeing as that man didn't care and didn't want to get involved in this battle. Then she could just chalk it up to fate. Dongfang Zhuangshi took a couple of steps before his footsteps suddenly faltered, and he turned to look at the black bone in the ghost tribe mighty figure's hand. That was a divine tool. In any case, stealing the divine tool didn't seem like a bad idea, did it? However, before he had a chance to do anything, the block of ice began to tremor and crack before exploding with a resounding boom. Boom! The ghost tribe mighty figure roared as it broke through the ice, and the power of the dark divine Tao exploded outward, reducing everything it came into contact with to dust. Dongfang Zhuangshi narrowed his eyes. Looks like things aren't going to be easy to resolve. The ghost tribe is very adept at exploiting the laws of heaven and earth here. The closer a being is to death, the more powerful their power will be. Due to this, they can cultivate unique cultivation methods to maximize their power. For example, the severely wounded ghost tribe mighty figure is even more powerful than before. The ghost tribe mighty figure glared at Dongfang Zhuangshi with a resentful expression. "You're the one who nullified my gaze of the death god. Who the hell are you?" Dongfang Zhuangshi put on a harmless expression. "I was just passing by and accidentally stumbled upon your battle. Let me go, and I promise I won't interfere in your battle." The ghost tribe mighty figure's expression shifted slightly. This middle-aged man appeared to be quite powerful, and it didn't want to make too many enemies if possible. "All right, then you." It was just about to say something when a familiar feeling suddenly welled up in its heart. Wait, this aura. The ghost tribe mighty figure looked at Dongfang Zhuangshi with surprise in its eyes. "You're the person the divine Bat Emperor is looking for." Its eyes widened with astonishment. Dongfang Zhuangshi. Never would the ghost tribe mighty figure have thought that its most powerful attack would strike the mighty figure the divine Bat Emperor was looking for. It immediately pulled out its voice transmission talisman. Right at this moment, Dongfang Zhuangshi's crimson eyes flashed, and the space around him suddenly twisted. Bam! The voice transmission talisman in the ghost tribe mighty figure's hand suddenly exploded. Dongfang Zhuangshi massaged his brows with a vexed expression. I knew it. The divine Bat Emperor would definitely seek help from a mighty figure from the opposite shore realm. My identity has been exposed again, Sai. Demonic blood Kirin, it really is you. The ghost tribe mighty figure pulled out a plate-like communication talisman before enshrouding its entire body with the power of the divine Tao to form a protective barrier. Dongfang Zhuangshi's crimson eyes flashed again, and the twisted space tore apart even the protective barrier before tearing apart the plate-like talisman. Bam! The ghost tribe mighty figure's plate exploded. Sai, why can't you recognize the difference between us? Congratulations! You've made yourself another powerful enemy. Dongfang Zhuangshi shook his head in resignation. The ghost tribe mighty figure, Dongfang Zhuangshi, turned to Meng Ji with a warm smile. Beautiful cultivator, would you be willing to fight alongside me to kill the ghost tribe mighty figure? Meng Ji nodded with an exquisitely beautiful smile on her face. I'd love to. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Ji formed a united front and became comrades in arms. Chapter 855. The ghost tribe mighty figure felt like fate was playing a prank on it. This was clearly a situation where it had the upper hand. So how did it end up in a dire situation? He couldn't accept this. He was so close to killing that snow maiden. The consciousness of a cultivator at the return to Void Pinnacle stage must be delicious. How could it miss out on such an opportunity? The ghost tribe mighty figure turned to look at the middle-aged man in the distance. Even though the middle-aged man's spell technique was quite peculiar and difficult to defend against, it didn't actually deal much damage. Furthermore, from the middle-aged man's aura, it appeared to be quite unstable, and it wasn't very powerful either. To put it in simpler terms, it could win. If you want to die, then I'll help the Divine Bat Tribe get rid of you. The ghost tribe mighty figure let loose a strange cry as it tossed the bone into the air, upon which black energy surged forth. Oh, you didn't choose to run away? Dongfang Zhuangshi turned to the ghost tribe mighty figure with a hint of surprise on his face. Over 50 kilometers away, and Lin and Su Xiaolan were silently observing the battle through spell techniques. Sai, how did things turn out like this? And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. How could Uncle team up with the Snow Maidens? None of the Snow Maidens are good people. Su Xiaolan was still very upset that Meng Ji had been saved, except for Sister Shangguan, and Lin blinked. Xiaolan, do you hate the Snow Maidens that much? Oi, the Snow Maidens invaded the Vermilion Bird sect and almost killed you. I want nothing more than to capture all of them. Speaking of which, how can you be so calm? You're making me even angrier than you are. Su Xiaolan glowered at Lin, and Lin was speechless. But for some reason, he was feeling quite elated. Whoosh! The sound of something tearing through the air erupted. Meng Ji had sprung into action. She wasn't going to give the ghost tribe mighty figure any time to prepare its spell technique. A dazzling divine light erupted from the golden staff, which transformed into a series of sharp blades that pierced through the air before piercing through the ghost tribe mighty figure's defensive barrier. The ghost tribe mighty figure unleashed a mystic technique in conjunction with the laws of heaven and earth, and its power began to increase explosively. Meng Ji's attacks were unable to penetrate its defenses. Come on out. With the bone as the heart and the blood as the body, I summon the true death god. It abruptly sliced open its own body, and inky black blood gushed into the sky before fusing together with the bone. The blood adhered to the bones and squirmed, and an extremely terrifying aura began to brew. Blood energy erupted from Dongfang Zhuangshi's body upon seeing this, and the surrounding area within a radius of 5 kilometers transformed into a surging sea of blood that crashed toward the ghost tribe mighty figure. You want to create a fake life in front of me? The corners of his lips curled up as he stomped on the sea of blood, An extremely complicated red formation appeared. The center of the spell formation was right beneath the feet of the ghost tribe mighty figure. At the same time, the red clouds in the sky surged, faintly resonating with the formation on the ground. Dongfang Zhuangshi made a series of hand seals, and his aura soared into the heavens. Return to the dead, heaven, and earth massacre. Rumble. The formation on the ground revolved crazily, dark red energy enveloping the world. The ghost mighty figure raised its head to discover an unimaginably gargantuan crimson Kirin staring down at it. The terrifying, vast aura made it difficult for it to breathe. The crimson Kirin extended its sharp claws, which were brimming with killing intent, and tore through the ghost tribe mighty figure's divine Dao defenses amid a sharp screech before plunging its claws into the writhing pool of blood that contained the god of death. No, the ghost tribe mighty figure frantically tried to defend itself. It was also at this moment that a bright blue blade pierced through space and punctured its body. When the ghost tribe mighty figure decided to allocate more of its power to the god of death, it was unable to defend itself against Meng Zhi's attack. Meng Zhi's white hair danced in the wind as she abruptly twisted her wrist, upon which an unparalleled frosty power erupted from her blade before eroding the ghost tribe mighty figure's body in a frenzy. The crimson Kirin was like a primordial beast with the sun and moon above its head and stars beneath its feet. Its sharp claws plunged into the god of death's writhing pool of blood, upon which terrifying power poured forth. Depravity, death, and killing intent descended into the abyss. Rip! The crimson Kirin tore through the black pool of blood and quickly stripped away the life force within it. The ghost tribe mighty figure let loose an enraged roar as the pool of blood transformed into lifeless liquid that fell to the ground, creating a rain of blood. How could this be? My divine ability was broken again. The ghost tribe mighty figure stared at the black bone hovering in the sky with incredulity on its face. The Kirin was still trying to extend its claws toward the black bone. However, the black divine light emanating from the bone materialized into a skeletal hand, which swatted the Kirin aside. Oh, the divine tool's consciousness seems to be even more powerful than that ghost tribe bastard's. Dongfang Zhuangshi exclaimed in surprise. The ghost tribe mighty figure. Did he have to be so heart-wrenching? Was this middle-aged man sent by the heavens to attack it? A crisp sound erupted as a blue blade of ice tore through the air, slicing the ghost tribe mighty figure's body in half. A boundless blade projection swept forth, slicing through the earth for over 50 kilometers. The Kirin disappeared into thin air. The spell technique unleashed by Dongfang Zhuangshi also dissipated, and a hint of paleness appeared on his face. Using too much power was a bit too much for him in his current state of consciousness. After returning, he had to hug Lin again in order to recover the energy he had expended. He looked up at the divine tool in the sky, contemplating how to capture it. Right at this moment, a sobbing voice suddenly sounded. Why are you forcing me? Why are you forcing me to take you down with me? This was the ghost tribe mighty figure's voice. Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Zhi's expressions shifted at the same time as they turned to look at the body that had been sliced in half. The eyes of the black ball of flesh that had been sliced in half and sealed in ice by Meng Zhi began to glow with a sinister red light. Finally, cracks began to appear on its face. Countless crimson fists imbued with the power of destruction fell from the sky toward the block of ice. Boom, boom, boom. The area within a radius of over a kilometer was reduced into a bottomless crater. Dongfang Zhuangshi had landed the killing blow. You think you can kill me just like that? A sinister voice swept forth from within the crater. Black energy emanated from the bottom of the crater, forming a sinister ghost over 10,000 feet tall. The terrifying power of the divine Tao erupted forth at an insane rate. The ghost tribe mighty figure flew into the air and gripped onto the divine tool with a crazed expression. Come on, let's take each other down with us. The inky black ghost, over 10,000 feet tall, suddenly unleashed energy, fluctuations that made even Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Ji's hearts tremble as it roared and pounced toward them. Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Ji's expressions shifted drastically. Was it finally going to fight with its life on the line? All mighty figures at the return to Void Pinnacle stage were extremely fearsome when fighting with their lives on the line. They unleashed powerful spell techniques to keep the ghost at bay without any hesitation. However, when the spell techniques struck the ghost's body, it exploded like a balloon. The entire area within a radius of over 50 kilometers was transformed into a vast expanse of murky black mist. Not only could it obstruct vision, but it could also prevent divine sense detection. Meng Ji faltered slightly upon seeing this. However, Dongfang Zhuangshi immediately came to a realization. Crap, it's trying to escape. That's right. Mighty figures at the return to Void Pinnacle stage all cherished their lives very much. Why would they try to take each other down with them? A black shadow leaped out from the murky black mist and fled into the distance. Kukuku, I've already marked your bodies. You're all going to die when I get out of here. Ghost Emperor Pajun and the Divine Bad Emperor are nearby. I'll contact them, and when the two Dao integration stage, super mighty figures attack you at the same time. How are you going to survive? The ghost tribe mighty figure chortled with glee as it withdrew its spatial seal. However, right at this moment, it suddenly caught sight of what appeared to be a dragon up ahead. Boom! Inky black lightning flashed and arrived in an instant. Chapter 856. The ghost tribe mighty figure was unable to evade the sudden bolt of black lightning, and it only managed to raise its arms in front of its body before the bolt of lightning fell. Boom, boom, boom. The ghost tribe mighty figure was blasted back by the terrifying power of the lightning, which continued to wreak havoc on its body. There's another enemy? A black dragon at the pinnacle of the return to Void intermediate stage? It swept its divine sense through the air, upon which its expression shifted. How could this be? How could a black dragon of this cultivation base unleash such terrifying lightning techniques? Just as it was speaking, Xiao Zhe unleashed over 100 bolts of lightning toward the ghost tribe mighty figure. These bolts of lightning were originally quite powerful, but they weren't powerful enough to strike fear into the ghost tribe mighty figure's heart. However, they suddenly became extremely terrifying as they pierced through space. Damn it! The ghost tribe mighty figure had no choice but to use its power to evade the bolts of lightning. The ghost tribe was most fearful of yang-type spell techniques, and lightning was imbued with yang-type power, so it was not an exaggeration to say that it was the bane of yang-type spell techniques. Just as it was evading the black dragon's attacks, Dongfang Zhuangshi and Mengji had already charged toward the ghost tribe mighty figure and unleashed spatial sealing techniques at the same time. Meng Ji's expression was no longer as cold and indifferent as before, as a hint of astonishment and surprise appeared on her face at the sight of the man standing on the dragon's head. How could it be him? Why did they encounter him here? And Lin? Meng Ji was getting a little nervous for some reason. She felt like she couldn't forget that man. The reason why she had failed with the Holy Vermilion Flame was because she had deduced many things, and all of her deductions pointed toward Lin. The palace leaders of the holy palaces had most likely perished by Lin's hands as well. It wasn't some other mighty figure who had interfered. It was Lin who had killed them. One had to realize that Qing Li was a return to Void final stage mighty figure. To be able to kill her without even giving her a chance to escape. Just how powerful was the person who did it? At this moment, Lin was standing on the head of a powerful dragon tribe mighty figure, facing off against a mighty figure at the return to Void pinnacle stage without any fear. This further confirmed her suspicions. And Lin was pretending to be weak. Long time no see, High Priest. And Lin also extended a slight greeting with a faint smile. Not long ago, he had been a newbie who had almost been killed by Meng Ji with a single attack. But now he had the confidence to face the High Priestess head-on. Meng Ji glanced at the calm and collected man, and she was even more certain that Lin was pretending to be a pig to prey on a tiger. Otherwise, how could a soul formation late-stage cultivator have the guts to stand in front of her and speak like this? The ghost tribe mighty figure immediately unleashed countless sinister ghosts upon seeing this, all of which converged toward Lin's group and Mengji. Everyone's expression changed, and they immediately unleashed spells to attack the evil spirits. Don't let it get away. We have to reinforce the spatial seal. Dongfang Zhuangshi yelled. Meng Ji gritted her teeth and unleashed her power of the extreme frost divine Tao, which enshrouded the space within a radius of several dozen kilometers. All living beings that approached the barrier would be slowed down and frozen, and some would even be frozen to death. Dongfang Zhuangshi also completely unleashed his surging blood power to seal the space within a crimson cage. Just when the two of them thought that the ghost tribe mighty figure was trying to escape, a terrifying streak of black light pierced through the air toward Lin and the others. Crap! Dongfang Zhuangshi immediately came to his senses and charged toward the black light. The ghost tribe mighty figure was not trying to break out of the encirclement. Instead, it was trying to capture Lin and the others as hostages. This was indeed the best course of action. After all, if they failed to break out of the encirclement, they would most likely be killed by him and Mengji. However, if they could capture Lin and the others, they would be able to keep them at bay. Kukuku, a return to Void Intermediate Stage, Dragon Tribe Cultivator, and a few Soul Formation Stage. Brats dare to stand in my way? Die. The Ghost Tribe mighty figure cackled as it flew through the air at an extremely fast speed, giving Lin and the others almost no time to react. However, all of a sudden, its stomach swelled up. Bam! It didn't have a butt, but its back suddenly exploded like a waterfall. Ah! The Ghost Tribe mighty figure felt like something was about to erupt, and at the same time, boundless grief welled up in its heart. Wah! What did you do to me? Wah! The dark sorcery party ghost began to wail and howl with anguish. Two extremely terrifying bolts of lightning answered its call. The bolts of lightning struck its body and blasted it, flying again. Meng Ji's expression shifted again. As expected, this Lin was extremely peculiar and not an ordinary cultivator. And Lin was extremely disappointed. He had planned to give Meng Ji a taste of his make-you-poop and make-you-cry spell techniques. After all, a goddess-like, mighty figure bursting into tears on the spot was extremely thrilling, and he really wanted to give it a try. Wah! Go! Capture them! The Ghost Tribe mighty figure waved its hands through the air, and countless ghosts pounced toward Lin and the others. The pitch-black, powerful evil spirits were densely packed and covered the entire sky, turning the heaven and earth into a terrifying ghost domain. Like a tidal wave, they swept towards the crowd from all directions. This kind of power is enough to capture return to Void Intermediate Stage mighty figures. A black light burst forth from the divine tool in the Ghost Tribe mighty figure's hands, and the power of the ghosts became even more terrifying. Its body seemed to have materialized, and its sharp claws sliced through the air, causing the space around it to wail and wail. Howl! Terrifying lightning erupted from Xiao Zhe's body before crashing toward the ghosts, each bolt of which was able to kill several ghosts on the spot. However, there was no end to the ghosts, and they were still advancing toward Lin and the others. The Jade Bone Immortal Butterfly, the Peerless Saber Demon, and Gluttony also joined the defense. The Immortal Butterfly's poisonous mist burst forth to melt the ghosts around them. The Peerless Saber Demon unleashed a relentless single strike of the ocean and second strike of the ocean. Gluttony opened its cavernous mouth and swallowed several hundred ghosts before its eyes rolled over into the back of its head. and almost died from overeating on Xiao Zhe's back. The ghost tribe mighty figure blocked Dongfang Zhuangshi and Mengji with all its might. Almost there, just a little bit more. Right at this moment, Lin and Su Xiaolan held hands. Heaven and earth instantly fell silent. Boom! A terrifying explosion instantly engulfed all the ghosts between heaven and earth. A crimson sun appeared between heaven and earth. Crimson phoenix flames, imbued with the power of annihilation and slaughter, proliferated outward, and all the inky black ghosts were reduced to ashes by the terrifying power of the flames. The ghost tribe mighty figure's pupils contracted and its mouth gaped open. 2 soul formation stage cultivators holding hands could cause an explosion. The crimson explosion incinerated all the ghosts it had summoned into nothingness, and even its body was forced into retreat by the shock waves of the explosion. It was also at this moment that a silver figure broke through the flames. It spread open its hands, and a purple halo of light suddenly proliferated outward, enshrouding the ghost tribe mighty figure's body as an extremely powerful gravitational force crushed down upon it. You think you can restrain me with just this? You're delusional. The ghost tribe mighty figure roared as it tried to struggle free. Blue snowflakes danced between heaven and earth at this moment, and the power of the extreme frost divine, Tao, descended upon the ghost tribe mighty figure, causing its body to falter slightly. Meng-Ji finally sprang into action again. Boom! Another silver Gundam flashed toward the ghost tribe mighty figure. The ghost tribe mighty figure had no time to evade, and at this moment a pink particle sword slashed down. Whoosh! The particle sword was peerlessly sharp, and it sliced the ghost tribe mighty figure's body in half. It was so powerful that even the space behind it was sliced in half. The ghost tribe mighty figure howled with anguish. Never would it have thought that it would be retaliated against by a group of people like this. In the next instant, Lin appeared before it with a faint smile on his face. The ghost tribe mighty figure's eyes widened. A soul formation stage, Cultivator, dared to close in on it? Was he insane? Chapter 857. The evil dragon's target this time was still Lin. Ah! The ghost tribe mighty figure roared relentlessly with a crazed expression. The ghost tribe mighty figure's eyes widened in shock. The ghost tribe mighty figure issued a command, and the terrifying blue evil dragon in the sky roared before pouncing toward Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng-Ji with devastating power. A faint smile appeared on his face as he looked at the ghost tribe mighty figure, which had already been surrounded. Frost and ice enshrouded the ghost tribe mighty figure again before freezing the space around it. It was also at this moment that the yellow ring on its finger began to tremor again, as if it had been stimulated by something. A pair of gargantuan golden eyes opened within the chaos again. Get back here! The ghost tribe mighty figure roared as it unleashed more tentacles toward Lin. Go and kill them. This is a summoned dragon. As a vengeful mighty figure, it was naturally going to kill the easiest enemy to kill first in order to intimidate the others. This was the 1,000 possibility box, which could unleash all kinds of spell techniques at random. They chose to evade without any hesitation. It immediately realized that it had been tricked by that strange spell technique. Boom! Ha ha ha! The ghost tribe mighty figure's life force was extremely feeble, but it chortled with glee. You didn't expect this, did you? This divine tool of mine is called the chaotic evil dragon bone, and it is constructed from the heart bone of a chaotic evil dragon. It is imbued with the terrifying power of an evil dragon. Splat! It panted heavily as inky black blood flowed from its body. Its massive body was riddled with wounds, and even though the wounds were quickly healing, its life force was still being drained away. The blue evil dragon's body was like a surging ocean as it roared at Lin. A crimson saber fell from the sky and sliced through all of the tentacles. The evil dragon was extremely fast, and just its movement alone caused the space around it to compress and twist. In Dongfang Zhuangshi and Mengji's eyes, it was as if the evil dragon had brought with it an entire ocean of boundless power that was completely unstoppable. Die. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on its face as its inky black body squirmed, and one of its tentacles shot forth toward Enlin at an extremely terrifying speed. Enlin was stunned. Damn it. Why is it her again? What's the use of another slap of love? Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Ji combined their powers again, and the ghost tribe mighty figure was in a perilous situation. It no longer had a chance to attack Enlin. Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Ji's expressions instantly became extremely grave. The ghost tribe mighty figure's body squirmed violently, clearly having a mental breakdown. Meng Ji, is that the point? This dragon's strength is not simple. Even if the two of us work together, we might not be its match. In the distance, Enlin's fingertips emitted clouds of black gas as he smiled faintly. In that instant, the ghost mighty figure felt as if it had lost something. So what if I don't have the power to communicate with the undead? I can even nourish spirits with my body. Let us walk towards eternal death together. Even though the ghost tribe mighty figure had been severely wounded several times and was on the brink of death, its power had become even more fearsome. Two mighty figures at the return to void pinnacle stage besieging a single mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage might not be a guaranteed victory. On the contrary, the one being besieged might even take one of them down with him. Dongfang Zhuangshi, Mengji, Dongfang Zhuangshi and Mengji were not going to let go of such a good opportunity, and they immediately unleashed all types of terrifying spell techniques in pursuit. The black box in Enlin's hand was also activated at this moment. Enlin felt a terrifying shockwave erupt, upon which the circular blue barrier was blasted into the distance as if it had been blasted by a bomb. Roar! Boom! Little B asterisk starred, you're the one behind my power, right? I'm going to kill you now. The voice was imbued with a paramount dragon might, as if it were the voice of an ancient supreme being. It exploded. Why did it explode? No. Meng Ji shot a discreet glance at Enlin, who was spectating from afar. Bam! It looked like the 1,000 possibility box was quite adaptable. It knew that Enlin was going to escape, so it had prepared something like this. Ha ha ha! It's too late. Howl! A blue heavenly dragon leaped out of the inky light, twisting its ocean-like body as it circled in the sky. I'm going to take you down with me. Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Ji were not going to give it any face, and they attacked it with even greater ferocity. Why don't you take me down with you? A series of earth-shattering spell techniques erupted, and the ghost tribe mighty figure was forced into retreat. Dongfang Zhuangshi's eyes widened, and his body shuddered with shock. Shouldn't the trump card of the ghost tribe be summoning some evil ghost mighty figure? What's the point of summoning a dragon? She positioned herself in front of Enlin, and she suddenly put her hands together before quickly separating them, upon which a circular blue barrier instantly enshrouded the two of them. Gundam 3 and Yao Ji also joined the battle. Even though they were still quite a ways off from mighty figures at the return to void pinnacle stage, they had no issues coordinating their attacks with Meng Ji and Dongfang Zhuangshi. Enlin heaved a long sigh of relief as he looked at the box in his hand. Why did it explode? Idiot, that's because I have the power to communicate with dead spirits. Brilliant light erupted, and a holy and beautiful celestial maiden in a white dress appeared again. Her power was boundless, and even the sound of her breathing was able to sweep up waves of vital energy within a radius of over 50 kilometers. However, to his surprise, the celestial maiden in a white dress didn't raise her hand to slap him. The ghost tribe mighty figure cackled with a sinister smile as it stabbed the divine tool bone into its own body. The ghost tribe mighty figure's tentacles exploded again, and its inky black, ball-like body squirmed as it materialized a pair of hands again. One of its hands unleashed a divine Tao shield to defend itself, while the other gripped the divine tool bone tightly in its hand. A sinister smile appeared on the ghost tribe mighty figure's face as it cackled cruelly. This was evident from the fact that it had summoned the eternal death with its divine tool. The energy fluctuations emanating from this eternal death were on a completely different level compared to the ones it had summoned before, and Lin had robbed it of its most important power when it unleashed the divine plunder technique. The ghost tribe mighty figure was no longer able to use any undead summoning spell techniques now. The black tentacles had only just come into contact with the circular blue barrier when it felt as if a bomb had been detonated. Phew! All of you must die! A sinister expression appeared on the ghost tribe mighty figure's face as the divine tool in its hand glowed with a scintillating light, and the power of the dark divine Tao surged forth. Come forth, eternal death! It can command all evil and filthy powers. However, its most terrifying usage is to use its life essence as a raw material and its chaotic evil dragon bone as the core to summon the projection of a chaotic evil dragon. The celestial maiden in the distance disappeared, and the blue barrier began to shatter. Divine plunder technique activated. Another resounding boom erupted, and the powerful eternal death suddenly let loose a wail of anguish before exploding. However, the evil dragon's momentum did not falter in the slightest, and it had no intention of pursuing them. Why don't I even have the power to communicate with dead spirits? A horrified expression appeared on the ghost tribe mighty figure's face. Boom! And Lin was struck by an extremely potent sense of impending death for the first time, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Dongfang Zhuangshi's Kirin Blood Claw attack and Meng Zhi's Extreme Frost Seal were both broken in quick succession. It was quite clear that the ghost tribe mighty figure had given up on escaping this time. It had chosen to fight to the death. The golden eye symbol on Lin's forehead appeared, and golden ripples proliferated outward. That's right, it could now confirm that the power to communicate with dead spirits had been snatched away by that human cultivator. The ghost tribe mighty figure faltered slightly upon seeing this. It had clearly grabbed him with its bare hands. So how did he manage to swat him away like a ball? Both of them faltered upon seeing this before Dongfang Zhuangshi yelled at Lin, "Look out!" An inky black light imbued with boundless power soared into the sky, causing cracks to appear on the spatial seal formation that Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Zhi had set up. The ghost tribe mighty figure was just about to capture a hostage to use as a bargaining chip to escape when Lin delivered himself to its doorstep. How could it pass up on such a good opportunity? Blue energy exploded forth. One had to realize that it was his Yao Ji that had sliced the ghost tribe mighty figure in half. A black, skeletal figure with billions of ghostly beings revolving around its body, and an extremely terrifying aura wielding a crimson scythe appeared in the air again. "You forced me to do this. You forced me to do this!" Inky black blood splattered through the air before being drawn back by a peculiar power before adhering to the black skeleton. Chapter 858. Within Lin's consciousness, a vast and powerful will descended upon this world. In that instant, the sky completely dimmed. An unimaginably huge black dragon that seemed to be able to cover the sky appeared in the void. It opened its eyes that were like the sun. Countless stars appeared beneath its body, and it was as if it were the ruler of all stars. Just by appearing in this world, it was able to force all things to submit to it. That's right, in that instant, it was the ruler of heaven and earth. The blue evil dragon's body faltered, and it began to tremble involuntarily. The ocean was extremely vast, but it was far too minuscule compared to the black dragon that could destroy stars with a single stomp. Boundless ferocious might enshrouded the entire world as the sovereigns will descended, as if it could destroy heaven and earth with a single thought. Even Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Zhi couldn't help but tremble in the face of this ferocious might. The ghost tribe mighty figure's face was deathly pale, and its mouth gaped open as it stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before its eyes. It's here. Master's true body has finally appeared. Xiao Zhe's teeth chattered as he stared up at the projection in the sky with excitement and anxiety. Back on the island in the ancient Tai Chu realm, it had been completely won over by its master's mighty body, and had worshipped its master ever since. So it's you who's trying to intimidate me? The black dragon projection's words resonated with the great Tao of heaven and earth, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. The blue evil dragon trembled uncontrollably as it shook its head frantically. Senior, it's not me. It's him. He's forcing me to do this. The evil dragon pointed a claw at the ghost tribe mighty figure as it yelled. And Lin, Dongfang Zhuangshi, Meng, the ghost tribe mighty figure. F***CK off. You dare to insult me? The black dragon's expression darkened. Bam! The ghost tribe mighty figure's body suddenly exploded, and a massive hole appeared on its body. Ah! The ghost tribe mighty figure howled with pain. Everyone was amused. This ghost race powerhouse was probably the first to be betrayed by his own weapon, right? And Lin suddenly felt like his tsundere little Xie was a pretty good person. At the very least, she wouldn't backstab him. Just as he was feeling melancholy, the storage ring in his hand flashed, and a terrifying suction force suddenly appeared. Like a vortex, the suction force completely sucked away all the energy in his body. Holy sh**t! He screamed in his heart. His legs went soft, and he almost knelt down, but he still looked strong on the outside. And Lin looked at the black dragon and quickly figured out the ins and outs of the matter. Could it be that the black dragon needed to extract the energy within his body to attack? No wonder he had been acting tough all this while and hadn't made a move. So this was the reason. Come to think of it, would this fellow jump out and slap the face of a dragon clan mighty figure if he yelled at him? Xiaoza was like this, and the blue evil dragon in front of him was also like this. This setting was quite interesting. The black dragon did not disappear. Instead, it turned its attention back to the blue evil dragon. The heart bone in your body is not bad. It can be used as the bones of my physical body. Black Dragon's voice was filled with satisfaction and desire. The blue evil dragon's body shuddered again, and it immediately turned tail and fled. So what if it was a divine tool? Divine tools also had a desire to live. The black dragon silently opened its cavernous mouth, and the space around it twisted as an indescribable power fell from the sky, instantly enshrouding the blue evil dragon's body. No. Please spare me, Senior. The blue evil dragon roared for mercy, but the black dragon's expression remained indifferent, and Lin's legs gave out from under him, and he collapsed to the ground as he also roared for mercy in his heart. Holy F***CK! Please spare me. The terrifying suction force appeared again, as if it was trying to suck his entire body dry. That's right. The black dragon was sucking away his energy again. Most importantly, and Lin's body had already been sucked dry. It was still sucking away his energy. It was going to make him wish he were dead. He felt as if his sea of vital energy had dried up. His powerful body of the war god was shriveling up. The power of his consciousness, which was one of the most powerful returned to void stage mighty figures in the world, was also being rapidly depleted as excruciating pain swept through his entire body. However, the black dragon did not stop. The blue evil dragon's ocean-like body was instantly transported to a place invisible to the naked eye by the distorted space. Not bad. The black dragon slowly closed its eyes, and its body began to dissipate. Everyone felt the pressure weighing down on them instantly disappear, and they suddenly felt as if the world was so beautiful. And Lin lay limply on the ground, and he was on the brink of death. He suddenly felt as if the world was so cruel. And Lin, are you all right? Su Xiaolan let loose a cry of surprise as she rushed over to hug Lin. Xiao Zhe's expression also shifted, and he immediately rushed over to protect Lin. Master! Did you suffer a backlash from forcefully using your power just then? It's all right. I'll protect you with my life, and I won't let you come to any harm, even if I have to give up my life. Xiao's imagination instantly filled in the gaps of the cause and effect of the entire incident, making a perfect explanation for his conjecture. Meng Ji turned to Enlin with a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. All of this was really his doing? So he was a dragon tribe, super mighty figure in disguise? In this way, all sorts of illogical phenomena could be explained. Could it only project projections due to some kind of restriction? Just that alone was enough to crush any return to void stage mighty figure. Such a terrifying being. Their tribe could not afford to mess with them. Meng Ji immediately made a decision. Even if she couldn't turn hostility into friendship, she would at least try not to mess with such a being. Ah, my evil dragon chaotic bone. Give me back my evil dragon chaotic bone. The ghost tribe mighty figure finally lost all of its rationality, and it roared as it pounced toward Enlin. Its body had sustained many devastating wounds, and its life force was about to reach its end. Now that its divine tool had been stolen, its biggest trump card was gone, and it no longer had any hope of breaking through the spatial seal set up by Dongfang Zhuangshi and Mengji. Its heart was filled with despair, and it could only fight to the death. Humph. You still want to attack Enlin? A cold harumph sounded. Dongfang Zhuangshi charged toward the ghost tribe mighty figure before materializing a crimson Kirin claw. Boom! The ghost tribe mighty figure was flattened, and its body was flattened into the crater. Ice God Seal. Meng Ji wielded her golden staff as she strode toward Enlin. Wind and snow howled as the space around her began to crackle and crackle. She pointed her staff into the air, and a halo imbued with the power of the extreme, frost divine, Tao enshrouded the ghost tribe mighty figure's body. Everything within the halo froze in place. The ghost tribe mighty figure's crazed expression and struggling body were also completely immobilized. Meng Ji's features were deathly pale, but she forced a vibrant smile onto her face. She turned to look at Enlin, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Mr. Enlin, the ghost tribe mighty figure has been sealed, so this is all I can do. Enlin, this high priestess, why is she suddenly telling me this? Why is she being so polite? Chapter 859. What Enlin didn't think was that Meng Ji had already thought of him as a powerful mighty figure. What Meng Ji was implying was, I've already taken care of the enemies, so I won't disturb you any longer. Can I take my leave? Su Xiaolan also turned to look at Meng Ji with confusion in her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that she knew that Meng Ji liked cross-dresser Qin Qinghang, she would most likely be asking Enlin with a knife in her hand. Enlin felt like Meng Ji wanted someone to praise her, so he gave her a thumbs up. Very good, you've done very well. I really admire you. Su Xiaolan. Meng Ji drew a sharp intake of breath to calm herself down. She reminded herself over and over again not to do anything rash. She was the high and mighty high priestess of the Snow Maidens, so there was no need to hold a grudge against that man. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Meng Ji forced a smile onto her face, and Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this before realizing what Meng Ji was implying. Wow. So he was already so powerful that even Meng Ji was extremely wary of him? Thinking about it, it was quite a sense of accomplishment. He naturally wasn't going to keep Meng Ji here. After all, this was the battlefield between the Snow Maidens and the opposite shore realm, and the Great Empress and another Tao integration stage super mighty figure were still nearby. For safety's sake, it was best to avoid conflict. All right. And Lin nodded. Then let's. He didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence before the entire world suddenly turned black and white. A terrifying chill suddenly engulfed his entire body, as if he had stumbled into the realm of death. And Lin and Su Xiaolan's hearts jolted in unison. They had seen this familiar power in Baihu City of the sinister spirit beast cesspool before. An ethereal singing voice sounded, reverberating throughout heaven and earth. A green river spread through the sky, extending into infinity and beyond. Countless semi-transparent beasts surged past like waves, and at the very center there were 4 black-furred goats over 10,000 feet tall, carrying a massive palanquin. The dark sorcery ghost was defeated to such an extent. The ethereal voice was imbued with boundless might and astonishment. Where's the evil dragon Chaos Bone? This time, the huge palanquin came to a halt, and Lin and the others suddenly felt an extremely terrifying will descend upon them. At this moment, the distant sky suddenly turned blue and white. A crisp voice that contained supreme majesty sounded. Ghost Emperor Pajuan, if you want to escape, then escape. Don't even think about attacking a junior. A blue sword light pierced through the sky, turning the sky into a frosty blue. The sharp light tore through the void and went straight for the huge palanquin. A cold snort came from within the palanquin, and an emerald-like protective wall instantly formed. The blue sword projection struck the barrier, and over 10,000 bursts of sword chi erupted, shattering the space within a radius of over a kilometer. Countless semi-transparent beasts held in anguish as they died. The black curtain of the palanquin was slowly lifted, and a finger stretched out, and Lin felt that the finger seemed to contain infinite power, making him unable to move at all. Green light materialized at the tip of the finger, which then transformed into an arrow over 100 feet in length. The green arrow pierced through space at extreme speed, and before Lin and the others had a chance to react, it had already pierced through Meng Ji's ice god seal. Boom! The blue barrier shattered, and the blood-curdling cries of the dark sorcery ghost erupted into the heavens. And Lin was surprised to discover that the dark sorcery ghost's vitality was quickly fading away. Dark sorcery ghost, the great empress, is already here. I won't be able to save you, so you'll have to serve me in another form. Ghost Emperor Pajuan's voice sounded from within the palanquin. The Green River Army continued onward into the distance. They appeared to be moving very slowly, but they were able to cover over 50 kilometers per second, as if the distance between the Green River and the black and white world were different. An inky black, lifeless ghost materialized beside the palanquin before lowering its head in a respectful manner. It was none other than the deceased dark sorcery ghost. Great Empress, I'll remember the dark sorcery ghost and the chaotic evil dragon bone. Ghost Emperor Pajuan's voice was completely emotionless, but it was as if it had been branded into everyone's heart. The beast-tide army slowly disappeared into the distance. Another extremely terrifying aura, like a shooting star flashing across the sky, tore through the void and chased after the beast-tide army. And Lin had only just begun to get a little nervous before heaving a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, they weren't the great Empress target. Otherwise, they would be in a lot of trouble. Color returned to the black and white world. Meng Ji also looked up at the sky in the distance, with lingering fear in her heart. She was only one step away from Dao integration stage, but she hadn't reached Dao integration stage yet, so the gap between them was like an insurmountable chasm. If Ghost Emperor Pajuan was determined to kill her, then even if the Great Empress was still behind him, there was a very good chance that she would die here. Su Xiaolan helped Lin to his feet, and Lin's hands and legs were still trembling. The reason for this was that he had been completely drained by the black dragon, and he wouldn't be able to recover even if he drank 100 bottles of treasure of the kidney. Meng Ji was still here, and the divine Bad Emperor was still a threat to him. Under normal circumstances, it would probably take at least half a month for him to recover. There was no other way, and Lin's storage ring flashed, and a 6th grade healing immortal pill appeared in his palm, exuding astonishing energy fluctuations. A pained expression flashed through his face, but he still swallowed the pill in the end. He couldn't allow himself to wither away. He had to become stronger. Boom! A green divine halo appeared above his head, and he activated his stage evergreen technique to its fullest extent. The power of the pill was digested at a crazy rate, and vital energy and life energy converged to form a tidal wave that surged toward Enlin's body. Meng Zhi's golden eyes widened. What astonishing regenerative abilities! Under the effects of his monstrous regenerative abilities, Enlin was back to full health within a few minutes. The effects of the immortal pill were only part of the reason, but the most important factor was the monstrous regenerative and digestive abilities that the second stage of the evergreen technique granted him. Dongfang Zhuangshi made his way over to Enlin. It's time for us to go. Ghost Emperor Pajun and the Divine Bed Emperor are quite close, so we won't be able to keep this a secret any longer. Enlin immediately came to a realization upon hearing this. He had forgotten about this, as the battle had been too tense. He immediately nodded. I still have some history with the Snow Maidens. Thankfully, the Great Empress ignored us, so it is indeed time for us to leave. Everyone was just about to set off when an exquisitely beautiful woman in a golden imperial robe suddenly appeared beside Meng Zhi. Even though she didn't exude any aura, everyone was still completely subdued by her aura. This woman was the most powerful being of the Snow Maidens, the Tao integration stage super mighty figure, the Snow Empress. Dongfang Zhuangshi's eyelids twitched. Is your zodiac a crow? Say what you're afraid of, and it will come. Enlin. The Great Empress recognized Enlin, and her eyes flashed. She didn't seem to know what was going on, and she turned to the woman beside her. Meng Zhi, tell me what's going on. Chapter 860. Everyone turned to Meng Zhi with nervous expressions on their faces. The fates of Enlin and the others were in Meng Zhi's hands to a very large extent. Thankfully, the Great Empress wasn't the type of person to start a fight right from the get-go. Otherwise, Enlin and the others would be in dire straits. From the Great Empress' perspective, Enlin was definitely an enemy of the Snow Maidens. He was the type of enemy that she would want to kill as soon as she discovered him. However, Meng Zhi didn't seem to harbor any enmity toward them, which was quite perplexing to the Great Empress. It was also because of this that the Great Empress calmed down and tried to figure out what was going on. Enlin and the others could only pray that Meng Zhi would tell them the truth and not twist the truth. If she could tell them that they had teamed up against the enemy, then they would have a sliver of a chance to escape. If a battle really did break out, they would be the cowards. Dongfang Zhuangshi was a Tao integration stage mythological beast, but he was only a half-dead one. In terms of combat prowess, he was only slightly more powerful than a mighty figure at the Return to Void pinnacle stage. If the Great Empress really did attack, then they would be in a very dangerous situation. Unless the middle-aged man suddenly made a breakthrough, it would be very difficult for them to even escape, let alone defeat the Great Empress. Meng Zhi paused momentarily before speaking in a calm voice. At the time I was battling the ghost tribe mighty figure and was about to perish. However, they bravely stepped forward to save me from my perilous situation. And Lin's eyes widened. A faint blush appeared on Dongfang Zhuangshi's face. Su Xiaolan and the others were also dumbstruck. Did they hear that right? Meng Zhi was saying that they bravely stepped forward to save her from her perilous situation? Were they really that enthusiastic? It was clearly Dongfang Zhuangshi who had been sucked toward them for some reason before being forced to join them. They really wanted Meng Zhi to tell the truth, but they didn't think that her words would be so touching. However, the Great Empress wasn't easy to fool. She turned toward Enlin and the others before speaking in a cold voice. I don't understand. Why did you save my tribe's high priestess? Enlin and Su Xiaolan both had a vendetta against the Snow Maidens. Even so, they still chose to help them. No matter how one looked at it, it was very strange. Enlin's brows relaxed as he replied in a calm voice, That's right. I don't like you Snow Maidens. However, the dark sorcery ghost killed our good friend, the divine poison frog, so we have to find an opportunity to kill it to avenge the divine poison frog. Dongfang Zhuangshi, Su Xiaolan, Xiaoza, Gluttony, and the peerless saber demon all wore expressions of grief. Aonio's tears flowed down its face upon hearing this, and it looked extremely nostalgic. Who said that honest cow couldn't act? Whenever it thought about how the divine poison frog had left just like that, an inexplicable sense of sorrow welled up in its heart. Its acting skills were top-notch, but it could also be said that it was acting for real divine poison frog? The female monarch frowned. Mengji interjected. I didn't know about that. I was wondering why Lin and that middle-aged man were so enraged to battle the dark sorcery ghost. So it was because of that. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, Dongfang Zhuangshi chimed in. The female monarch. The woman in the imperial robe swept her gaze over all of the living beings before settling on Lin with a smile. The dark sorcery ghost is already in the past. Aren't you afraid that I'll attack you again? And Lin chuckled. We have no intention of fighting, but if you want to fight, then let's fight. Big sister, how about we just let this matter rest? Mengji interjected. The female monarch looked at Mengji with a hint of surprise before turning to Lin and the others, only to find that their expressions remained unchanged. She looked at Lin with a meaningful expression before heaving a faint sigh. So be it. Seeing as Mengji was saved by you, let's call it a day. We'll still be enemies the next time we meet. I'm glad to hear that. And Lin smiled. You're relieved that I let you go this time? A hint of a smile appeared on the female monarch's face. No. And Lin shook his head. I'm saying that we'll still be enemies the next time we meet. That's exactly what I was thinking as well. Thank goodness we've come to an agreement. The female monarch's smile stiffened. Mengji, Dongfang Zhuangshi. Su Xiaolan looked at the man beside her with a serious expression. He was super handsome. Then you have to be careful next time, my enemy. The female monarch came to her senses and spoke in an indifferent voice. All right, farewell. And Lin joined his hands in a salute with a smile. Let's go. In the past, Lin was a nobody, and the female monarch wasn't even interested in remembering his name. But now the female monarch was referring to him as an enemy. This was a clear indication that Lin's position in her heart had changed. However, Lin wasn't smug in the slightest. In fact, he felt extremely exhausted. However, he still had to maintain his composure so that the female monarch wouldn't think that he was a coward. Roar! The 10,000-foot-long black dragon carried Lin and the others into the air before flying into the distance. The female monarch didn't stop them, and they left in a carefree manner. Only Lin and the others knew just how perilous the situation had been. If the conditions allowed it, they would have long thought of leaving. The female monarch looked at the departing Lin and the others with a curious expression. Priestess, can you tell me why you let Lin and the others go now? Mengji faltered slightly upon hearing this before a wry smile appeared on her face. This woman was the monarch of all snow maidens, so she wasn't going to be so easily fooled. And Lin is a dragon tribe mighty figure in disguise. Mengji finally replied. Very powerful. The female monarch didn't scoff or disbelieve this. Instead, she was quite curious. To be able to stand together with her and argue with her so calmly if he was really an ordinary soul formation cultivator, then that would really be strange. Mengji's heart trembled slightly as she recalled the projection that stood at the pinnacle of the stars. Very powerful. He's most likely a being at the Tao integration stage or above. The female monarch's expression shifted slightly before she nodded. Even if his power has been sealed, there's still a limit to how much power he can unleash. There are simply too many variables, so there's no need to provoke him. You've done a good job. Mengji nodded in agreement. We've made far too many enemies, and we really can't afford to provoke a mighty figure like Lin. The female monarch fell silent. Mengji, by the way, about this battle, Ghost Emperor Pajun has agreed to cede 10 large cities and 100 small cities as temporary refuge for us snow maidens, the female monarch replied. Isn't that too little? There's no way so many of us can live in such a small place. Meng Ji was a little concerned. Let's settle them down first. We'll think of a way to deal with the rest. It's fine as long as all of our brethren can survive. The female monarch turned toward the east, where there was a boundless expanse of snow and ice, as if something terrifying were brewing. For the sake of our brethren, we have to be prepared to become demons at any moment. We have no other choice. Tears welled up in Meng Ji's eyes upon hearing this, but she nodded with a solemn expression. Yes, I've already prepared to sacrifice myself. Chapter 861. Why do you think Meng Ji is helping us? And Lin was a little perplexed. The great empress was also there. We have a blood feud with the Snow Maidens, so she shouldn't be helping us. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed as she spoke. If only there was a way to get the bone divine tool out of the black dragon's mouth. And Lin heaved a resigned sigh. It still didn't work. What he didn't know was just how traumatized Meng Ji was after witnessing the black dragon. Her hatred had long since been overwhelmed by reverence. Otherwise, Meng Ji wouldn't have tried her best to help Lin and the others escape in front of the great empress. And Lin didn't really care about this in the past, but things were different now. The black dragon was insanely powerful. Not only would it swallow the divine tool, but it would also suck his body dry. He had nothing else to say. Xiao Zhe's speculation didn't seem to be wrong. Wait, and Lin suddenly turned toward the mission technique tab. There was a change in the mission progress, and Lin and the others sat on Xiao Zhe's back as they quickly flew toward the south. With their speed, there's no way they can travel 30,000 kilometers in such a short time. They're dead for sure. And Lin's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. If we go east and enter the holy glacial lands, we'll be able to teleport back to the kingdom of the 9 states once we get out of the opposite shore realm. He suddenly recalled that the black dragon had emerged from his consciousness. Did that mean that he had obtained the divine tool after the black dragon swallowed it? Did that mean that he had completed another mission to progress to the return to void stage? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I'll make sure they don't make it back if they try to break through from here. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless snake-like hisses converged to form a unified wave. And Lin couldn't help but draw a sharp intake of breath. How the F*CK could this mission be turned back? Also, what the hell was with Meng Ji not hating him anymore? Please continue to hate him. This was the first time Lin had seen a mission progress that could be reversed. He felt like he was getting further and further away from his dreams. Boom, boom, boom. Hydra, be careful on your side. They're most likely entering the kingdom of the 9 states from the south. Also, the 4 rings that Yang Yuan had brought back were definitely not ordinary. What did they have to do with the holy beast, Vermilion Bird? And Lin was confused. And Lin was still lost in his reverie. Meanwhile, a storm was brewing somewhere in the opposite shore realm. Something that belonged to the black dragon, not something that belonged to him. He was not used to this feeling. If he wanted to make a mighty figure above the return to void stage to test him, it had to be a return to void stage mighty figure. Otherwise, there was no way that a mighty figure like the ghost tribe mighty figure who had been driven insane by him wouldn't be listed in the mission description. Your place! He took a glance and discovered that Meng Ji's name was no longer on the list. Intermediate rank god of war cannon technique. God of war heaven blasting cannon. Mission progress. Make 10 mighty figures of the return to void stage or above like you. However, make 10 mighty figures of the return to void stage or above hate you. And Lin could not wait to turn his consciousness to the system interface. He didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence when a terrifying energy explosion suddenly erupted from within the encirclement. The Crimson Sun, Immortal Spirit, and the Hydra's expressions both shifted. The Emperor estimates that we'll be able to enter the encirclement in 5 minutes. Hiss, hiss. Crimson Sun, Immortal Spirit. Wild Saber Immortal, what's going on? Are they here? Where are they? Hydra's face was filled with shock. Everyone hit it off and silently changed their direction. The vermilion bird was a holy beast above mythological beasts. Who would be able to imprison the vermilion bird in a place like that? Within a certain set of consciousness, 3 immortal beasts with terrifying auras were communicating with one another. Terrifying energy clashes caused the entire encirclement to tremor violently. Sigh, how infuriating! He had to find a way to increase his popularity in the eyes of these mighty figures. Boom, boom, boom. F***CK. The wild saber immortal's voice sounded. Progress to return to void stage. Receive divine tool 0/1. Speaking of which, what was the reason why Mengji didn't hate him? And Lin was completely dumbstruck. Why? Why was there one less King one? Xiaoza was immediately displeased. What's so strange about that? Mengji was scared after seeing Master's projection, so she wanted to get us out of here as soon as possible. The demonic blood Kirin had chosen to flee toward the holy glacial lands. My side is the safest. Only an idiot would try to break through from my side after what happened in the holy glacial lands. At this moment, a calm and collected voice sounded. Xiaoza nodded in agreement. Yes, Master, you're right. It makes sense that Mengji is scared of the power within your ring. 5 minutes? That's enough time for us to shorten the encirclement to 20,000 kilometers. Everything should be over once the Emperor arrives. I have to find an opportunity to ask Yang Yuan. And Lin murmured. The huge blue bat hung up its voice transmission talisman before sweeping up gale force winds with its massive wings. Demonic blood Kirin, I finally know where you are. Such a large area of isolation won't last for long, and the defensive line won't be very strong either, so we still have a good chance of breaking through. Dongfang Zhuangshi offered words of consolation. Are you still unable to contact the people in the Kingdom of the 9 States? Dongfang Zhuangshi asked, and Lin shook his head. My voice transmission talisman seems to be located at the border of the opposite shore realm. It's been cut off by some kind of power, so I can't contact them. Su Xiaolan suddenly suggested, our location has already been confirmed. If we go south, we'll be the closest to the Kingdom of the 9 States. However, I feel like the Divine Bat Emperor's defenses will also be more concentrated there. How about we go east? Speaking of which, just what was the background of the black dragon in the ring? Just its projection of its consciousness was already so terrifying, so its true body must be extremely powerful. The encirclement has been established, and it's currently closing in. He thought back to the vermilion bird trial grounds, where the vermilion bird was imprisoned, and he felt like there were even more mysteries to unravel. Its divine intent was connected to the 3 immortal beasts at the return to Void Pinnacle stage through some kind of communication network. We've discovered the demonic blood Kirin's whereabouts. Shrink the encirclement immediately. And Lin's chest constricted upon hearing this. How many times do I have to tell you? That's the power within my ring. According to the brain waves, divine sense fluctuations, and the system's calculations, the current mission progress was 5/10. Lin Junjun, Yan Hua, Emperor Ziwei, Lu Mingxian, Zhu Shan. In the southeastern region of the opposite shore realm, Xiaoza was quickly flying toward the Kingdom of the 9 States using cloud treading. They knew that the Divine Bet Emperor had most likely discovered their whereabouts, so they couldn't delay any longer. They had to enter the Kingdom of the 9 States as soon as possible. Chapter 862. In the easternmost part of the Permetha continent, the land here had already been covered by the wind and snow, forming a vast expanse of white. If he continued eastward, he would arrive at the territory of the Snow Maidens, the Holy Glacial Lands. The Holy Glacial Lands used to be covered in ice and snow, but now that place had become even colder. It was as if something was brewing, or as if it was eroding something. That place was so cold that even the Snow Maidens couldn't live there. The Snow Maiden's Holy Flame mission and the Realm Core mission had all failed. They were at the end of their rope, and they finally launched a war against the opposite shore realm. Not long after that earth-shattering battle ended, another terrifying battle broke out. Boom, 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 heaven and earth shook. The crimson light was like a dragon, blasting away a white figure. Rumble. The white figure collided with a blue water barrier. The water barrier was reinforced by bloody chains that were engraved with divine runes. Despite the fierce impact, it did not budge at all. Instead, it continued to shrink inwards. Ha ha ha. Give up, demonic blood, Kirin. Without the power of the Tao integration stage, you won't be able to break this infernal realm seal. The white figure was a white ape wielding a pair of sabers, and his name was the Wild Saber Immortal. Even though it was being suppressed by Dongfang Zhuangshi, it was still cackling with arrogance. The infernal realm seal was rapidly contracting around them, and the other two immortal beasts were about to arrive. 5 minutes later, the divine Bat Emperor would also arrive. Time was of the essence. It was as if a sword of death was about to descend from the sky. There wasn't much time left for Enlin and the others. Dongfang Zhuangshi's hands transformed into Kirin claws, which were able to tear through space with a single slash. A sea of blood surged into the heavens behind him as he made his way toward the Wild Saber Immortal, like a fiend celestial that had emerged from hell. I can't break the seal. If I kill you, one of the 3 formation cores, won't the seal naturally be broken? Dongfang Zhuangshi spoke in an indifferent voice. The Wild Saber Immortal was not enraged by this. Instead, it chortled with glee. This is the aura a mythological beast should have. Let's kill to our heart's content. Kill me if you can. It brandished its 2 blades at high speed, each blade carrying the power to split mountains and seas. Dongfang Zhuangshi's claws were like indestructible divine weapons as he crushed the Wild Saber Immortal's saber projection with his bare hands. Bang! His body tore through space and instantly appeared before the Wild Saber Immortal before unleashing a palm strike. So fast! The Wild Saber Immortal raised his twin sabers before him, and an earth-shattering collision ensued. It was sent flying again by the terrifying force. Its body hit the boundary of the Purgatory realm lock again, and it spat out a mouthful of blood. In the distance, Enlin stood on Xiao's head. Can you break this array? Su Xiaolan looked at Enlin. She knew that Enlin had a very powerful eye technique that could see through the flaws of arrays. Enlin was indeed using his divine inspection technique, but this spell formation was simply far too massive. It encompassed a radius of over 5,000 kilometers, and in all honesty, it had already exceeded the range of his divine inspection technique. To put it simply, it was his eyesight that limited his ability to cast spells. This won't do. You can only look at a part of the array and not the whole thing. It's very difficult to find a flaw, and Lin said with a headache. Master, let's work together to kill that ape. Xiao's battle intent surged, and Lin pursed his lips. Think about it. How long did it take us to kill the dark sorcery ghost? And that was even with Meng Ji at the return to Void Pinnacle Stage present. No mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle Stage will die so easily. The other 2 immortal beasts are about to arrive, and the divine Bat Emperor is right behind them. We can't hold them off for long. An anxious expression also appeared on Enlin's face. What could he do? What could he do? Enlin, isn't your consciousness supposed to be very powerful? Can you use your consciousness in conjunction with that eye technique of yours? Su Xiaolan asked in an urgent voice, and Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. The divine inspection technique can be used in conjunction with one's consciousness, but the range of one's divine sense is only 500 kilometers at most, and it's extremely taxing on one's consciousness. Wait! A thought seemed to have occurred to Enlin, and his storage ring flashed as an immortal pill appeared in his hand. Su Xiaolan could tell what Enlin was trying to do, and she asked with a concerned expression, Will it work? There's no other way. We have to give it our all in order to escape. A determined expression appeared on Lin's face. The pill in his hand was none other than the 6th grade immortal pill he had obtained from the Pill Pagoda, the Heavenly Soul Pill. The Heavenly Soul Pill could elevate one's consciousness to the very peak for a short time, and it could even exceed the limits of one's consciousness. And Lin swallowed the Heavenly Soul Pill without any hesitation. The power of the pill was activated the instant it entered his body. Boom! And Lin felt like the entire world had changed. Every blade of grass and every tree had become extremely clear to him. The atmosphere in the sky, the flow of vital energy, the activity of microscopic organisms. Nothing could escape his detection. However, he didn't use his consciousness here. Instead, he expanded the range of his divine sense to the maximum. He unleashed his divine sense to the fullest. His divine sense instantly encompassed a radius of 500 kilometers, and it was still continuing to expand. 1,500 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, and Lin had a splitting headache, and his consciousness felt like it was being torn apart piece by piece. Indescribable pain assaulted his entire body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He couldn't hold back the pain any longer, and he screamed in agony. Not enough. This range was still not enough. Continue to expand the range. All of a sudden, a warm and fragrant body threw itself into his arms. Su Xiaolan hugged Lin tightly. And Lin, hang in there, you can do it. She didn't try to persuade Lin to give up. Instead, she hugged Lin tightly. Su Xiaolan only hoped that Lin would understand that there was still someone standing by his side. And Lin gritted his teeth, and his eyes were bloodshot. His body trembled uncontrollably from the excruciating pain. 1,500 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers. The Heavenly Soul Pill could only completely activate the power of the consumer's consciousness. However, how much power it could unleash and how much it could exceed its limit depended on the consumer. And Lin had expanded it 5 times its original size, which was definitely something that no one had ever done before. And Lin was putting his life on the line. 2,500 kilometers. In that instant, his eyes turned snowy white, and he activated his divine inspection technique. The other 2 immortal beasts were closing in on him, shrinking the range of the spell formation. And Lin was betting that they were already within 2,500 kilometers of the spell formation. Boom! An extremely complex and profound spell formation appeared in his divine sense. There are a total of 38 openings that can be targeted. The closest one is in the air 35 kilometers away in this direction. And Lin extended a finger and pointed toward a certain spot in the air. Boom! There was no need for Lin to say anything. Black lightning erupted from Xiao Zhe's dragon horn, which transformed into a bolt of terrifying lightning that tore through the air toward the direction Lin was pointing toward. And Lin immediately unleashed his lightning amplification technique to elevate Xiao Zhe's lightning to the return, to void final stage before adjusting the angle of the lightning with his lightning manipulation technique. Even the slightest deviation in the angle of the lightning could result in a massive misalignment in a distance of 35 kilometers. Black lightning exploded somewhere in the air, and terrifying lightning swept through heaven and earth. Crack! The purgatory realm lock's halo suddenly trembled violently. Even the crimson chain's color dimmed. How could this be? The wild saber immortal's expression shifted drastically with shock and incredulity. How could anyone break this spell formation? It couldn't help but turn toward the man on the dragon's back with a sense of absurdity. In the next instant, an earth-shattering streak of crimson light crashed into the blue barrier, upon which a series of cracks appeared. In the end, the chains were broken and the barrier was shattered into pieces. Go! Dongfang Zhuangshi roared, and Lin's vision darkened, and he was about to faint. Su Xiaolan picked Lin up with one hand on his back and the other over his feet. Then she landed lightly on Xiao Zhe's back. Go! Xiao Zhe let loose a carefree dragon roar, and his body instantly broke through the sound barrier as he charged through the opening in the infernal realm seal at an extremely terrifying speed, thereby escaping the spell formation created by the three immortal beasts. Dongfang Zhuangshi and the wild saber immortal retreated as they fought, and they finally escaped from the range of the infernal realm seal. Ha ha ha! Are you surprised? You didn't think we would have a secret weapon here, did you? Goodbye, foolish ape-man. Dongfang Zhuangshi chortled with glee as he fled into the distance. Don't run! The wild saber immortal gave chase with an enraged expression. Chapter 863. Before the Purgatory Realm Lock was broken, the Hydra and the Crimson Sun immortal spirit were hurrying toward the wild saber immortal. The wild saber immortal's anguished cries continued to ring out from the network. PFFF! Demonic blood, Kieran. I'm going to cut you down. No. Puff! Apart from the blood-curdling screams, there was also the sound of him vomiting blood as he was violently beaten. Ha ha ha, wild saber mortal. It looks like you've been bullied quite badly. Hydra couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, Hydra's laughter was transmitted into the communication network. Hydra, if you were to face the enemy, your Hydra would be reduced to a headless snake in less than 3 minutes. The wild saber immortal roared with rage. Hee, what a joke. Wait for this grandpa to arrive. I'll let you know what true strength is, Hydra said, unconvinced. The Crimson Sun immortal spirit's voice sounded with a smile on its face. Wild saber immortal, you can be bullied by the demonic blood Kieran for now. We'll help you bully him when we get there. Wild saber immortal. Even in the midst of battle, the three immortal beasts at the return to Void Pinnacle stage were still chatting idly. It was quite clear that, in their eyes, this demonic blood Kieran and his entourage posed no threat at all and were already doomed to die. What they needed to do was to catch a turtle in a jar and simply reel in the net. Very good. There's still 2,500 kilometers left, and the Divine Bat Emperor is not far away from us, the Crimson Sun immortal spirit said with a smile. I hope the Emperor comes a little later. At least let us fight to our heart's content first. It's so exciting to fight against a mythological beast. If I can oppress it, just thinking about it makes me excited, Hydra said greedily. At this time, the Purgatory Realm Lock suddenly exploded. The three immortal beasts were stunned. What followed next was a devastating crack. Holy shit, what's going on? Hydra roared. Wild Saber Immortal reply. What happened to our spell formation? The Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit asked anxiously. How is this possible? How could anyone possibly break this grand formation? The Wild Saber Immortal's voice was no less astonished than the other two immortal beasts. Rumble. There was another explosion. The three immortal beasts sensed that a certain part of the formation had shattered and a gap had appeared. The Hydra and the Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit were dumbfounded. How is this possible? How could such a perfect formation be broken? Moreover, they could sense that the formation was not broken by brute force, but by a precise attack aimed at the flaws of the formation, causing the formation to be on the verge of collapse, and only then did it break with the help of external forces. This is impossible. How could anyone see through the flaws of this formation? The Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit roared. The scene in front of it was even more unacceptable than breaking it with brute force. Wild Saber Immortal, answer me. What's going on? The Hydra was truly in a panic. The spell formation has been broken. A soul formation stage, human male, discovered its flaws, and he directed the black dragon to attack it, thereby causing the spell formation to fall apart. The Wild Saber Immortal murmured in disbelief. The Scarlet Sun Immortal Spirit had a fiery temper, and it immediately roared, F! You! Wild Saber Immortal, have you been beaten senseless? A soul formation, Cultivator, saw through our array? Do you think we're idiots? I'm not lying to you. The wild saber immortal suddenly yelled in a panicked voice, "Ah, don't run!" They suddenly lost contact with the wild saber immortal. It was quite clear that the wild saber immortal had left the infernal realm lock. It was also quite clear that the demonic blood Kirin had escaped from the infernal realm lock. The two immortal beasts in the information network fell into complete silence. Their jovial conversation made their current silence appear even more awkward. They had envisioned a fierce battle with the demonic blood Kirin, and they had envisioned the divine but emperor arriving before them, thereby preventing them from participating in the battle. However, they didn't think that the demonic blood Kirin would be able to break through the infernal realm lock. It's fake, right? It really was broken? The Hydra was still unable to accept this. Hee, and it was seen through by a soul formation stage cultivator? The Scarlet Sun immortal spirit chuckled, but its heart was filled with grief. Wasn't this a F***king joke? Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly descended. The two immortal beasts' hearts constricted at the same time. The divine Bat Emperor had arrived within the range of the infernal realm lock. Where is the demonic blood Kirin? The divine Bat Emperor's divine sense was transmitted to the Hydra and the Scarlet Sun immortal spirit at the same time. The Hydra, the Crimson Sun immortal spirit, the Hydra and the Scarlet Sun immortal spirit both fell silent. They roared with rage in their hearts. Brother, the divine Bat Emperor is asking you a question, so answer me. I'm asking you a question. Answer me. The divine Bat Emperor was extremely impatient. It then seemed to have discovered something. This spell formation. The Hydra finally spoke first. Emperor, our spell formation has been broken by a mysterious, powerful being. The information network instantly fell silent, and the two immortal beasts' hearts trembled with fear. The spell formation has been broken. Which mysterious, powerful being? The divine Bat Emperor's voice was terrifyingly cold. The wild saber immortal said that a soul formation stage male, Cultivator, discovered a flaw in the spell formation. The Scarlet Sun immortal spirit didn't dare to act up and spoke in a careful voice. Another peculiar silence ensued. Boom! A suffocating aura suddenly erupted. Useless trash. You're all F***king useless trash. You even dare to use the excuse of a soul formation stage male, Cultivator, to break the spell formation. Do you want to F***king die? I'll kill you, The divine Bat Emperor exploded with rage, and its terrifying aura made the infernal realm seal, which was already on the brink of collapse, crack open and tremor violently. The Scarlet Sun immortal spirit and the Hydra trembled uncontrollably. What they said was all true. The wild saber immortal had told them everything. Why did they have to bear the Emperor's wrath? Useless trash. The divine Bat Emperor was clearly extremely enraged. After all, the Kirin blood jade was so close to being in its possession, only for it to escape just like that. Anyone would be enraged. It abruptly flapped its wings, and its body transformed into a streak of blue light as it flew toward the spell formation at an extremely terrifying speed, at the border between the holy glacial lands and the opposite shore realm. 3 streaks of light flew through the sky one after another. The one at the forefront was Xiao Zhe. The one at the center was Dongfang Zhuangshi, who was unleashing spell techniques to keep the wild saber immortal at bay. As soon as everyone entered the snowy region, the laws of heaven and earth finally disappeared. Ha ha ha. Goodbye, stupid ape. Dongfang Zhuangshi unleashed a Kirin Great Seal to trap the wild saber mortal for a moment. Come, come, come. Mr. Lin, let's go to the kingdom of the 9 states. Dongfang Zhuangshi was clearly in a good mood after escaping death, and he began to tear open a spatial passageway. However, he tore open a spatial passageway with his claws, only to find that he was unable to do so. How could this be? We've clearly already left the opposite shore realm. Why can't we tear open a spatial passageway? Dongfang Zhuangshi was dumbstruck. Xiao Zhe also tried to tear open a spatial passageway, but his claws were about to snap, but he was still unable to tear open a spatial passageway. Dongfang Zhuangshi, Xiao Zhe, and Lin, frosty winds howled as snow fell from the sky. In the extreme north, there seemed to be a blue light engulfing heaven and earth. Ha ha ha. I'm talking about you two stupid C*NTS. The wild saber immortal tore open the blood cage with his sabers before pouncing toward Dongfang Zhuangshi with a smug expression on his face. Ever since the holy glacial lands exploded, heaven and earth have undergone a drastic change, and spatial travel is no longer possible. Don't you know that? Dongfang Zhuangshi and Xiao Zhe immediately fled toward the south without any hesitation. The wild saber immortal's aura surged as he carried his massive sabers and chased after them. Just like that, they once again began their pursuit and escape. Chapter 864. And Lin and the others finally began to panic. After escaping the opposite shore realm with great difficulty, he arrived at the holy glacial lands. He was just about to confidently bid farewell to his opponent, but he didn't expect that even the holy glacial lands, which had undergone a massive transformation, couldn't allow him to teleport. Did it have to be so exciting? They had lost their trump card. What the F***CK were they supposed to do? The wild saber immortal behind them wasn't much of a threat. But what about the divine bat emperor? They had initially been able to hide in a spatial passageway to avoid detection. But how are they going to outrun the Tao integration stage divine bat emperor just by flying? Hurry, little Xiao, put more power into it. Fly as fast as you can. And Lin panted heavily as he spoke with difficulty. Master, I'm already flying as fast as I can. Xiao Zhe gritted his teeth and had already unleashed an escape mystic technique. His speed was comparable to that of a return to void final stage mighty figure. Su Xiaolan shot a glance at Lin. Can you shut up and rest? You don't have to worry about this. And Lin chuckled. Xiaolan, why don't you keep hugging me? Su Xiaolan's expression darkened. Do you like being carried around like a princess that much? No, I like being carried around like a princess by you. And Lin replied with a solemn expression. Su Xiaolan, can you stop flirting at a time like this? The groundhog couldn't take it anymore. Moo, they're flirting? Ao Nio stared at Lin with a dumbstruck expression. The groundhog heaved a forlorn sigh. It was suddenly starting to miss the frog. As expected, people with high EQ were only able to hang out with those with high EQ. And Lin wasn't sitting around doing nothing. He was currently dialing his voice transmission talisman with all his might. Even though the signal wasn't very good in the Holy Glacial Lands, it was still better than in the opposite shore realm. Finally it was connected, and Lin was extremely excited. Hey, and Lin, why are you looking for me? The woman's voice was as soft as water, like the most beautiful sounds of nature. Yes, under such circumstances, that voice was the sound of salvation. Hey, piggy bank girl, you finally picked up. Sob, 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 I'm so happy. And Lin was so excited that he almost burst into tears. Beep, beep, beep. The phone was hung up, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, all the beasts, and Lin suddenly realized where he had gone wrong. He had been too excited and had accidentally blurted out Lin Junjun's nickname. Oh my God, you're courting death. He hurriedly dialed the voice transmission talisman again. Fortunately, the other party did not throw a tantrum and reject the voice transmission talisman. The voice transmission talisman was instantly picked up again. Hello, what do you want? Lin Junjun's voice became cold. I'm sorry, Fairy Tianyu. I was wrong. And Lin apologized before immediately continuing. I'm requesting reinforcements from the Celestial Court. I'm being chased by enemies. Ha! My little war god of the Celestial Court, you're being chased by enemies? The other party seemed to be quite elated. You can't even deal with a little war god and are being chased by a return to void stage mighty figure? No, it's the Tao integration stage divine Bat Emperor, and Lin replied with a solemn expression. The laughter from the other party's voice transmission talisman abruptly stopped. Lin Junjun, you're not lying to me? Lin Junjun was astonished. Hee, if I chat with you for a few more minutes, the little war god of the celestial court is going to be immortalized. And Lin chuckled coldly. Why do you always scare people wherever you go? Lin Junjun took a deep breath. I'll tell my father right away. Don't hang up the voice transmission talisman. My father will follow your aura to find you. And Lin was a little perplexed. Why did this sound so familiar? It seemed like the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue had also followed the voice transmission talisman when he came to reconstruct Xiaolan's Tao foundation. He felt like this was a very powerful skill. When could he become as outstanding as those mighty figures? Lin Junjun was not one to be careless when it came to matters like this, and she immediately rushed toward the celestial Thearcha's location of seclusion. The voice transmission talisman fell silent, and Lin gripped tightly onto the voice transmission talisman and didn't dare to hang up the call. Behind him, Dongfang Zhuangshi was defending himself against the wild saber immortal's violent attacks. Ha ha ha, you're all dead. The divine Bat Emperor is on its way, and none of you will escape. The wild saber immortal's dual sabers were imbued with the power to slice through the sun and moon as they slashed down upon Dongfang Zhuangshi, thereby impeding his escape. The groundhog's eyes widened as it stared at the wild saber immortal's saber techniques. What powerful saber techniques! Not only is the saber intent extremely pure, but it's also relentless, giving the enemy no chance to catch their breath. And Lin suggested expressionlessly, how about we kick the groundhog out and make it the bait? Su Xiaolan nodded without any hesitation. I agree. It was one thing to cheer for the spectators, but what the F***CK was that supposed to be cheering for the enemy? If they didn't get rid of this groundhog, were they supposed to keep it around for the new year? The groundhog shuddered, and it immediately came to its senses. Don't. I was wrong. What **TTY saber technique? I must have been blind to have said that. Please spare me, Senior and Lin. Splat. The groundhog fell to the ground and begged for its life, and Lin rolled his eyes. So much for being the captain of the Divine Bat Emperor's Divine Guardian Squad. The Divine Bat Emperor would be enraged to death if it saw this. Thus, everyone traveled for several thousand kilometers in a tense atmosphere before finally seeing the border in the distance. This was the border between the Holy Glacial Lands and the Kingdom of the 9 States. Come on, little Xiao. We'll be able to use spatial power once we get to the Kingdom of the 9 States. And Lin encouraged, Don't worry, Master. I'll carry you to the Kingdom of the 9 States, even if I die. Xiao Zhe unleashed a mystic technique over and over again, and he was on the brink of collapse. He was only persisting through sheer willpower, and Lin's expression darkened. I'm telling you to come on. Why the F***CK are you saying your last words? Rumble, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the distance, and Lin was well aware of this. One really couldn't say things without thinking, ha ha ha, the Divine Bat Emperor is here. You're all dead. The wild saber immortal chortled with glee before pouncing toward Lin and the others before being slapped flying by a palm from Dongfang Zhuangshi. And Lin looked behind him to discover a blue figure appearing in the distance. This was an indescribably gargantuan bat. Its crimson eyes seemed to be burning with flames of hell. That's right, it did have eyes. Each and every flap of its blue wings seemed to be able to send ripples through space, and its speed was several times faster than Xiao Zhe's. It's over, it's going to catch up. A chill ran down in Lin's spine. Demonic blood, Kirin, I've finally found you. Don't even think about getting away. The voice was imbued with extremely dense blue sound waves, which pierced through space before striking everyone's bodies. In that instant, not only did they feel as if their flesh and blood had been sliced apart, but even their consciousness felt as if it had been torn apart by some kind of power. PFFF. Xiao Zhe was in the middle of unleashing a mystic technique, and his aura had been disrupted by the energy blasts, and he threw up a large mouthful of blood. And Lin's body was already quite feeble to begin with, and he threw up another mouthful of blood. Su Xiaolan, Ao Niu, and the groundhog also sustained internal injuries from the sound waves. Just one sentence from the divine Bat Emperor was enough to severely wound everyone. Chapter 865. The arrival of the divine Bat Emperor was undoubtedly a nightmare for Enlin and the others. No one could resist the might of a Tao integration stage mythological beast, not even Dongfang Zhuangshi. Demonic blood Kirin, let's see where you can run to now. The divine Bat Emperor flew at an extremely fast speed, and it drew closer and closer. It spread its wings, and a square spatial barrier appeared in an area of several hundred kilometers, cutting off all avenues of escape for Enlin and the others. Yes, it wanted to cut off all possibilities. Even if it was killing a chicken, it had to go all out. Aside from the demonic blood Kirin, all of you can die. The divine Bat Emperor opened its mouth, and a blue sound wave erupted forth like ripples on water. The space in its wake twisted, and all things were reduced to dust. An attack imbued with the power of the divine Tao proliferated forth, and Enlin and the others were mobilized by an extremely mighty power. They were about to be killed by the power of the divine Tao, just like that. A white figure appeared in front of them again. Dongfang Zhuangshi let loose an almighty roar as the projection of a crimson Kirin materialized before him, exuding a boundless ferocious might as layers of divine Tao blood barriers materialized in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The divine Bat Emperor's soundwave attacks shattered one protective barrier after another with unstoppable force. In the end, even the crimson Kirin projection was twisted and torn apart. In the end, the sound waves fell upon Dongfang Zhuangshi's body. Puff! In that instant, his internal organs were all shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with his internal organs. Uncle Dongfang, Enlin and Su Xiaolan cried out involuntarily. Dongfang Zhuangshi had shielded them with his body, but he was also severely wounded. The divine Bat Emperor narrowed its eyes. You want to die as well. Hand over the Qilin blood jade, and I'll let you die a more painless death. Dongfang Zhuangshi faltered slightly upon hearing this before chortling with glee. Oh, Kirin blood jade? Ha ha ha. The Kirin blood jade is long gone. That's it. The divine Bat Emperor took a deep breath and chuckled coldly. Hey, you want to lie to me? I want to see how long you can hold on for. I'll tear your body apart right now and see if the blood jade is inside. It extended its claws, and each of its fingertips had a divine ring that flickered with terrifying fluctuations. At the same time, a blue, liquid-like energy erupted from the divine Bat Emperor's body, instantly filling the entire space. And Lin and the others actually felt an extremely comfortable feeling. Their souls felt refreshed, as though they were about to float. A peculiar smile suddenly appeared on the divine Bat Emperor's face. So be it, I've changed my mind. I'll extract your souls and search your souls. Be careful. Dongfang Zhuangshi roared as blood energy erupted from his body, enshrouding Enlin and the others. Only now did Enlin and the others realize what that comfortable feeling meant. It meant that the devil was tempting them and was about to find a chance to extract their divine souls. An atmosphere of despair enveloped the entire space, and Lin found that he couldn't even think of a way to resist this power. They were like fish on the chopping block. All right, I'll be taking your divine souls. The divine Bat Emperor's voice was like a sinister gust of wind blowing from the depths of hell. The divine ring on its fingertips instantly expanded, and a monstrous power erupted forth, shattering Dongfang Zhuangshi's blood energy barrier before sweeping directly toward Lin and the others. At this critical juncture, a clear and ethereal voice imbued with peerless imperial might suddenly sounded. "Filthy creature, release them." A massive hole was blasted into the Divine Bat Emperor's cube dimension as soon as the sound of the voice reached it. "What?" The Divine Bat Emperor's expression shifted. At this moment, a boundless streak of white light imbued with the might of the heavens swept forth at an extremely fast speed, instantly tearing through the blue ripples and the power of the divine ring before crashing into the Divine Bat Emperor's body. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out. Energy swept forth for tens of thousands of meters, and the shockwaves from the collision knocked Dongfang Zhuangshi and Lin and the others flying. The Divine Bat Emperor let loose a wail of anguish, and its massive body caved in before flying back over 10,000 meters, like a rubber ball. Thus, everyone could see the figure enshrouded in divine light in the sky. His imperial robe fluttered in the wind, and he stood tall and straight, maintaining his stance as he unleashed his palm. A prideful battle intent erupted from his body, and all things between heaven and earth had to kneel and kowtow to him, as if he were the emperor of the heavens, and Lin almost shed tears at the sight of that familiar figure. "Celestial Darch, you're finally here." That's right, the Celestial Darch that he had been yearning for all this time had finally made his appearance. Both Lin and Su Xiaolan felt as if their hearts had finally been lifted at the sight of that figure. What followed was a massive sense of security. Who would dare to touch them now that the Celestial Darch had appeared? "Roar, you're the Celestial Darch?" Blue blood flowed from the corners of the Divine Bat Emperor's lips. The man enshrouded in divine light had inflicted internal injuries upon it. "That's right, that's me." The Celestial Darch clasped his hands behind his back and puffed out his chest as he looked down at the Divine Bat Emperor with a disdainful expression. Gasp! And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. The Celestial Darch was so intimidating. "Why are you interfering in my business of capturing the demonic blood Kirin?" The Divine Bat Emperor flared up with rage. "Heh, you tried to kill the students of the Celestial Court. So why can't I interfere?" The Celestial Darch chuckled lightly. The Divine Bat Emperor took a deep breath before turning toward the two soul formation stage cultivators. "That man and woman are the students of the Celestial Court? All right, I can promise you that I'll release them." It could be said that it was making a huge concession with this decision. The Celestial Darch was not to be trifled with. The Divine Bat Emperor was fine as long as the demonic blood Kirin didn't run away. The Kirin blood jade was still there. There was no reason that the demonic blood Kirin wouldn't carry such a precious item with him. Those two are indeed the students of the Celestial Court. However, he is also a student of the Celestial Court. The Celestial Darch suddenly pointed at Dongfang Zhuangshi. He then pointed at Xiao, Zhe, and the other beasts. "They are the disciples and beast pets of my student, so you can't take any of them with you. They're all mine." The Celestial Thearcha's voice reverberated through the air, and everyone instantly fell silent. And Lin, Dongfang Zhuangshi, the spectating wild saber immortal. The Divine Bat Emperor's flesh crawled. "Celestial Darch, you're a thief. Don't go too far." It let loose an almighty roar, and the space within a radius of over 50 kilometers suddenly twisted as boundless power of the divine Tao swept toward the Celestial Darch in a frenzy. A faint smile appeared on the Celestial Thearcha's face, and his body instantly disappeared. In the next instant, he had already bypassed the boundless attacks and appeared before the Divine Bat Emperor. His fist fell. Boom! Space was flattened, and heaven and earth twisted and warped. An anguished wail erupted into the heavens. The Divine Bat Emperor was knocked flying again, and it threw up another mouthful of blood. "If you want to fight, then fight, but you're not taking any of the humans or beasts here with you." Boundless platinum divine light enshrouded the man in the imperial robe, and each and every step he took resonated with the great Tao of heaven and earth. The divine Bat Emperor's rage soared to the heavens. Celestial Darch, you're forcing the sinister spirit beast cesspool to wage war against the human race. The celestial Thearcha's eyes narrowed slightly. What the hell is the sinister spirit beast cesspool? Setting aside a war against the human race, just you 4 mythological beasts are enough for my celestial court to raise your sh*T2Y place to the ground several times over. The divine Bat Emperor's body trembled with rage, but it had no response. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, all of the beasts, and even Dongfeng Zhuangshi were all looking up at the peerlessly domineering man in the sky with expressions of admiration and reverence on their faces. This kind of roguish and domineering figure was really too attractive. Chapter 866. The divine Bat Emperor was extremely enraged. It was so close to getting its hands on a piece of juicy meat, only for it to be snatched away by a pervert just like that. Who could it complain to? At this moment, a returned to void stage immortal beast with over 100 snake heads flew toward them from afar. It was standing atop a cloud of poisonous mist. At the same time, a fire immortal spirit that shone as brightly as the sun descended from another direction with crimson flames raining down from its body. Who dares to provoke the divine Bat Emperor? Die! The Hydra roared in unison. Burn, burn, burn. Burn all those who are disloyal and unjust. Divine Bat Emperor, I'm here to help you. The Crimson Sun immortal spirit also hurtled toward them. Come on, mother F***ker. F***ck off. The divine Bat Emperor roared with rage. The power of its voice transformed into extremely terrifying shockwaves that swept toward the Crimson Sun immortal spirit and the Hydra. Boom! The poisonous mist was dispersed, and the flames were knocked flying back. The two returned to void stage mighty figures faltered as blood trickled down the corners of their mouths. They had sustained internal injuries from the divine Bat Emperor's roar. The divine Bat Emperor was already in a fit of rage, and these 2 pieces of trash were unable to trap the demonic blood Kirin even after using the infernal realm lock. How could it calm down now? The wild saber immortal chuckled coldly as it looked at its 2 comrades. If you've done something wrong, then you should have kept your presence to a minimum. Why did you have to jump out and cause trouble? Look at how smart it was. Ever since the divine Bat Emperor had appeared, it had been standing silently in the background. Even the celestial Darch couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. This was the way to survive. The Crimson Sun immortal spirit and the Hydra both shuddered in fear upon seeing this. Holy Mother of God! Wasn't that man the celestial Darch of the celestial court? They were just trying to attack the celestial Darch just a while ago. That was F***king suicidal. Just thinking about it now gave them a sense of lingering fear. The celestial Darch was simply far too renowned. Even with the divine Bat Emperor present, the 2 returned to void stage immortal beasts were still trembling in fear. That powerful aura from before instantly shrunk, completely withering away. The divine Bat Emperor glared at the celestial Darch. Celestial Darch, you're preventing me from capturing the demonic blood Kirin, which is equivalent to stealing my Kirin blood jade. I'll remember this. The celestial Darch faltered slightly upon hearing this before turning to Dongfeng Zhuangshi with a curious expression. You're the demonic blood Kirin? Dongfeng Zhuangshi nodded with a speechless expression. Divine Bat Emperor, the celestial Thearcha's eyes lit up with excitement. Divine Bat Emperor, I'm blind and don't know anything about the demonic blood Kirin. But if you want to take these living beings, you'll have to step over my dead body first. And Lin, PFFF. The divine Bat Emperor threw up a mouthful of blood. F***ck. So the celestial Darch didn't know that person was the demonic blood Kirin? Blind your sister. Could he be any more shameless? The divine Bat Emperor felt like it had been humiliated, and its body trembled with rage. How infuriating! But there was nothing it could do. After all, the Celestial Arch was one of the most powerful beings among all of the Tao integration stage super mighty figures. All of the powerful beings, present combined, wouldn't be a match for him. Remember this isn't over. I, the Divine Bat Emperor, I'm going to make you regret what you've done today. The Divine Bat Emperor swept its gaze over everyone before finally flapping its wings and flying into the air. Throwing down some harsh words could, to a certain extent, save its face as a divine beast. The other 3 immortal beasts at the Return to Void pinnacle stage also hurried along upon seeing the Divine Bat Emperor's retreat, fearful that they would be captured by the Celestial Arch if they were too slow. The Divine Bat Emperor's menacing army finally fled with dejected expressions due to the arrival of the Celestial Arch. And Lin and the others were extremely excited as they looked on at the departing Divine Bat Emperor, and they immediately flew toward the Celestial Arch. Thank you for your help, Celestial Arch. You were so cool just then. And Lin was extremely excited. The Celestial Arch shot a disgruntled glance at Lin. I really don't know what to say about you. You provoked a blood tribe mighty figure at the Return to Void pinnacle stage during one of the end-of-term examinations at the United University of Cultivation, and our Emperor Tianhuang had to step in as reinforcements. Your trip to the sinister spirit beast cesspool this time was even more ridiculous. You even attracted a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. If I hadn't stepped in as reinforcements, how would we have been able to keep the situation under control? The Celestial Arch massaged his brows as he spoke. I don't even dare to call you out on missions anymore. What if you provoke a goddess Nuan next time? Who would be your reinforcements then? Ao Neo was astonished. So, Senior and Lin is this powerful. In terms of causing trouble, the groundhog added. You don't know *T. Causing trouble is also a skill. Xiao Zhe stepped forward to defend his master's dignity, and Lin chuckled sheepishly. Sigh, I didn't wanna. Isn't this just fate? The Celestial Arch was a little speechless as he stared at the man before him. Why did those words sound so familiar? He then turned toward another man. This man was a little more special. He was a middle-aged man with a pair of Kirin horns, crimson eyes, and a gentle and refined expression. Who would have thought demonic blood, Kirin? You're not dead, and you've become like this. The Celestial Arch clicked his tongue in wonder as he appraised the middle-aged man before him with an intrigued expression. A faint smile appeared on Dongfang Zhuangshi's face. Long time no see, Celestial Arch. I'm no longer the demonic blood Kirin. I'm just an ordinary human. The Celestial Thearcha's face convulsed slightly. Can you put away those blinding Kirin horns before you say that? Dongfang Zhuangshi stroked the horns on his head and shook his head with a solemn expression. I can't. She said that my horns are very beautiful, so this is the perfect me. By the way, I have a human name now. I'm Dongfang Zhuangshi. PFFF. The Celestial Arch snorted before immediately coming to a realization. Cough, cough, cough. It's a little cold in the holy glacial lands. I've caught a cold. That's a nice name. The Celestial Arch praised sincerely. Thank you. Dongfang Zhuangshi's expression eased slightly upon seeing that his name had been acknowledged. And Lin was astonished once again. He was in awe of the Celestial Thearcha's adaptability. By the way, how did you escape from Panga's seal? The Celestial Arch changed the subject. Dongfang Zhuangshi, that's a long story. The two of them began to converse again. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were extremely surprised to see the two of them chatting like old friends. Did these two know each other? Fate sure was mysterious. Everyone flew back to the Kingdom of the Nine States as they conversed. The Celestial Arch learned from Dongfang Zhuangshi that the Kirin blood jade had been swallowed by Lin, and he was completely envious. He looked at Lin with envy and jealousy in his eyes. Celestial Arch, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should say it. And Lin looked at the Celestial Arch with an obedient expression. The celestial Darch immediately adopted a benevolent smile upon hearing this. Mr. and Lin, you can tell me what you want to say. There's no need to hold back. All right. And Lin nodded with anticipation in his eyes. We've already completed the mission entrusted to us by the Celestial Court. When are you going to give me the 5 million spirit stones for collecting information and at least 10 million spirit stones for entering the vast land of blood? The celestial Thearcha's flesh crawled upon hearing this. You've already reaped all the benefits, and you still dare to ask me for money? He forced a smile onto his face. No problem. I'll pay you when we get back to the Celestial Court. F***CK. He had made a promise, so he had to fulfill it no matter what. Chapter 867. The Celestial Darch was so tired. The sinister spirit beast cesspool uprising had been resolved, but it had also been resolved. The culprit was right here, so how could he not resolve it? However, the Celestial Court didn't get anything, but instead gave the 4-9 Immortal sect a huge pile of spirit stones. How was he supposed to explain this? He was so aggrieved, the Celestial Emperor really wanted to slap himself in the face a few times. Why did he have to say such prodigal words for no reason? Soon, everyone began to discuss the battle between the Snow Maidens and the opposite shore realm. The Celestial Darch heaved a faint sigh. So be it. I shouldn't have told you about this. However, seeing as you've already encountered it, I'll tell you about it in detail. I'll tell you about the changes in this world. And Lin suddenly had a feeling that he didn't want to hear about this. He had a feeling that if he learned about something, he would be dragged into it. Sometimes, knowing too much really wasn't a good thing. We have to start with the Purple Star civilization. The Celestial Darch began. Stop! And Lin cut him off with a wave of his hand. I'm not listening. The Celestial Darch choked upon hearing this. He was only halfway through his sentence, and the other party didn't want to hear it. This was the first time he had encountered something like this, and it made him feel very uncomfortable. Even many returned to Void Stage Celestial Immortals don't know about this level of information. Are you sure you're not interested? Su Xiaolan also backed down upon hearing this. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. Something like this could easily lead to karma. Some important matters were like a whirlpool. Once one learned about it, they could plunge deeper and deeper into danger. The Celestial Darch. Are you too that afraid of trouble? The Celestial Darch glared at the two of them before pointing at the snow-covered world behind them. Look at the holy glacial lands. The Snow Maidens are homeless and have nowhere to go. Aren't you worried that the kingdom of the 9 states will become the same? And Lin shook his head relentlessly. I'm not looking. The Celestial Thearcha's lips twitched. How infuriating. The Celestial Darch was about to reveal an earth-shattering secret, but the other party was turning him down? All of a sudden, a spatial fluctuation erupted. A faint power of the divine doused suddenly enshrouded in Lin and the others, and Lin was slightly taken aback. He didn't know what was going on. Then he heard a certain voice actually penetrate through space and directly affect his body and divine soul. Haha, when I speak, you too have to listen even if you don't want to. And Lin and Su Xiaolan. Even Xiaoza was unable to resist that voice. It was extremely clear and resounding like thunder, and it seemed to be deeply imprinting itself into his mind. And Lin and Su Xiaolan glared at the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor wore a calm expression, but his heart was filled with a wonderful sense of satisfaction. Humph, little guy, you want to fight with me? We'll have to start from the Purple Star civilization, the Celestial Darch said in a slow voice. And Lin and Su Xiaolan covered their ears with their hands, but the sound still penetrated through the obstruction and reached the depths of their souls. They couldn't stop it at all. They were desperate. Do you know why the Purple Star civilization was destroyed? The Celestial Darch continued. And Lin rolled his eyes, and Su Xiaolan turned her head away. No one paid any attention to him. I want to know why the ancient Tai Chu realm was destroyed, Xiaozi grumbled. The celestial arch. What a bunch of unqualified listeners. He forced himself to calm down before continuing. The Purple Star civilization was once the pride of the human race. Their power was unrivaled across the entire Tai Chu continent. Do you know why they were suddenly destroyed? However, it was a pity that none of the listeners were interested in his question, and Lin even picked at his ear in an extremely uncooperative manner. The celestial arch ignored him and continued. Not many living beings know the truth about the destruction of the Purple Star civilization. However, the super mighty figures who do know the truth are extremely secretive about it. Then why do you insist on telling me this? And Lin was extremely enraged. You have the right to know. The celestial arch looked at Lin with a serious expression. What right? I'll change it, all right? And Lin wanted to cry, but no tears came out. The celestial arch couldn't be bothered to respond to Lin. He wouldn't be happy if he didn't say this out loud. In reality, the Purple Star civilization was destroyed by divine retribution. The celestial arch continued, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, and all of the beasts were dumbstruck upon hearing this. Divine retribution? Are you kidding me? Is there really something capable of destroying an entire civilization in this era? The celestial arch was quite pleased to see that everyone's attention had finally been drawn to his story. That's right, you heard me right. They were indeed punished by divine retribution. The Purple Star civilization was very powerful. They used their powerful technology to make all of their citizens attain the Tao body stage, thereby unleashing the latent potential of the human race to the fullest extent. Normal humans could live for over 1,000 years with ease. Their seas of vital energy can be artificially constructed, as can spirit nurturing stage spirit roots and even soul formation stage domains, return to void stage spatial powers, and the power of the divine Tao can be created through extremely advanced technological means. The Purple Star civilization was undoubtedly the most dazzling existence on the entire Tai Chu continent. However, they should never have challenged the dignity of the heavens. The celestial Thearcha's voice finally fell as he spoke. As their technology progressed, they tried to steal the power of Tao. All things in this world have their own Tao, but the Tao integration stage requires a cultivator to observe all things in this world. How could something like this be created through technology? They failed. They failed many times, and Lin recalled the fiend celestial of 6 paths from Xinyan's memories, as well as the demonic baby and the Holy Trinity fiend celestial he had encountered in the small phoenix world. I don't know the exact details, but I do know that the Purple Star civilization gave up on creating artificial Tao integration stage super mighty figures after many failures. The celestial arch continued. It's good that they know when to back down. And Lin nodded. The celestial arch shot a glance at Lin. After that, they planned to create the heavenly Tao in one fell swoop. And Lin, everyone, the Tao integration stage relies on one's intent, realm, and observation. It requires a living being to attain perfection one step at a time, and it can't be forcefully instilled or created. However, the heavenly Tao is different. The heavenly Tao is an entity that exists, yet also doesn't exist. It can even be said to represent all existences, and it can also be said to be a consciousness that transcends beyond the world. I don't know what the Purple Star civilization discovered, but they were convinced that the heavenly Tao could be obtained. They wanted to create the most perfect human race and use the human Tao to control the heavenly Tao, thereby allowing the heavenly Tao to bless the human race, thereby allowing the human race to prosper and ascend to a higher realm. The celestial arch spoke in a slow voice, and each and every word was imbued with astonishing information. What happened after that? And Lin asked. Is your body honest now? A faint smile appeared on the celestial Thearcha's face, as if he had just won some sort of victory. And Lin. After that, for some reason, the Purple Star civilization suddenly punctured a massive hole in the sky. In the end, the massive hole disappeared. All of the living beings of the Purple Star civilization were cursed, and so was the entire world. It didn't matter if you were an ordinary mortal or a powerful Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Everything was destroyed within 3 days of the hole appearing. Tell me, if this isn't divine retribution, then what is? The Celestial Arch spoke with a serious expression as he looked at Enlin and the others. Enlin fell silent upon hearing this. There was nothing wrong with this. The heavens had been stabbed, so they naturally had to retaliate. But why did it sound like the heavens were so humane? But what does this have to do with the Snow Maidens? Su Xiaolan was perplexed. The Celestial Arch heaved a forlorn sigh. That's because the divine retribution hasn't ended yet. The destruction of the Purple Star civilization is only the beginning. Chapter 868. Only the beginning? Enlin and Su Xiaolan were both shocked to hear this. If the destruction of the Purple Star civilization was only the beginning, then they really didn't dare to imagine what was going to happen next. They didn't dare to think about it, and the Celestial Arch continued to force words into their minds. The Purple Star race is a branch of the human race. Do you understand what I'm saying? The Celestial Arch spoke slowly, and Lin's pupils contracted, and he drew a sharp intake of breath. The divine retribution will affect us. The Celestial Arch didn't directly answer Enlin's question. Instead, he pointed to the sky. I've told you before, the hole in the sky has only disappeared, but that doesn't mean it has been repaired. The first time the divine retribution descended, the powerful Purple Star civilization was destroyed without any resistance. At that time, the most panicked were naturally the Kingdom of the 9 States and the Western Paradise. What if the divine retribution targeted not only the Purple Star race, but the entire human race instead? Or perhaps the divine retribution targeted the entire world. This speculation is not without reason. The hole in the sky appeared and disappeared from time to time, and the Kingdom of the 9 States and the Western Paradise were struck by terrifying natural disasters over the past few days. Other powers also experienced natural disasters of varying degrees. We immediately invited Her Majesty Niwa and the 3 heavenly venerates to use chaotic divine stones to plug up the hole in the sky, which is the flaw in the heavenly Tao. However, this method is only a delaying tactic. Plugging up a hole and fixing a flaw are 2 different things. The more the hole is plugged up, the more terrifying the wrath of the heavens will be. Hence, the next time the divine retribution descends, the human race will most likely be wiped out, or it could be a calamity that will affect the entire continent. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were dumbstruck upon hearing this. So there was such a terrifying hidden threat in this world. They really were going to save the world. And Lin really wanted to yell, "You lie, die!" So the explosion in the holy city of Snow Maidens has something to do with the divine retribution? And Lin asked. The Celestial Arch nodded. Cracks have appeared on the chaotic divine stones, and the disaster brought about by the flaw in the heavenly Tao is slowly becoming apparent. The holy city of the Snow Maidens is the node of the power of frost in the world. When the node loses control and explodes, we speculate that this is a disaster brought about by the heavenly Tao's flaw. Su Xiaolan heaved a faint sigh. The Purple Star civilization is too powerful. Not only did they screw themselves to death, but they're also planning to screw the entire continent to death. And Lin was displeased. Celestial Arch, I'm just an ordinary soul formation, Cultivator. I can't save the world. Letting me know about this kind of thing, other than making me unhappy, what else can it do? The Celestial Arch nodded calmly and said, It's enough that I made you unhappy. And Lin, Haha, I was just joking. The Celestial Arch waved his hand and continued. Among us top-rate mighty figures, we've tried countless ways to remedy the heavenly Tao's imperfections. In these tens of thousands of years of hard work, many methods have been eliminated. There are only 3 schools of thought left. One of the schools was proposed by some idiots. They believe that as long as the human race is destroyed, the heavens will be appeased, and the hole in the heavenly Tao will heal itself. Of course, we have to fight them as soon as we see them. As for the other two schools, I feel like you should know about them, Enlin. At this moment, the celestial Darch turned to Enlin with a hint of anticipation and curiosity in his eyes. One of the schools is the heaven-crushing sect. They believe in the heaven-crushing sect. They believe that if the heavenly Tao can be destroyed, then it can also be killed. They want to destroy the heavenly Tao, then rebuild it, and even replace the heavenly Tao with their own bodies. I think Chen Chen told you about this when he looked for you, right? Chen Chen and Enlin's meeting in the dark marshlands naturally couldn't be hidden from the celestial Darch. And Lin nodded in acknowledgement. A smile appeared on the celestial Thearch's face. The heaven-crushing sect has acknowledged you, which means that you do indeed have some kind of connection with the heavenly Tao. You were able to join the heaven-crushing sect, so I'm sure you have the right to join the other school as well. And Lin faltered upon hearing this. What school? The celestial Darch looked at Enlin with a serious expression. The heaven-mending sect. Do you want to know more about it? I don't want to know. And Lin's expression darkened. The heaven-crushing sect had come, and now the heaven-mending sect had come? Was there going to be a heavenly sun sect next? Was there going to be a small heavenly Tao in the future? The celestial Darch ignored Enlin and continued. The heaven-mending sect's mission is even simpler. All we have to do is to completely repair the flaws in the heavenly Tao. Then why are you telling me this? And Lin was enraged. He really didn't want to hear any more of this. What was the point of learning so much about this? Was he really going to rely on a soul formation stage, Cultivator, to save the world? Were all Tao integration stage, super mighty figures, and gods of creation supposed to be pushovers? The celestial Darch was not enraged. Instead, he explained in an extremely patient manner, mending the heavens requires a living being that is compatible with the heavenly Tao. All we have to do is find out what the heavenly Tao is missing, then have the heaven-mending being cultivate that missing part before using their own body to mend the heavenly Tao. This is a very feasible plan, and Lin's flesh crawled upon hearing this. Why are you telling me all this? Young man, I feel like you have a lot of potential, the celestial Darch replied in a straightforward manner, and Lin's lips twitched. Su Xiaolan was even more direct. F***CK off. Xiao Zhe whipped his tail toward the celestial Darch. You're asking my master to die? You're courting death. Boom! The massive tail was unable to advance any further than 10 feet away from the celestial Darch. Calm down, I'm not asking you to die. You don't have to sacrifice yourself to mend the heavenly Tao. There are also ways to avoid death. The celestial Darch continued. There's no need to say anything more. I'm not interested. And Lin shook his head as he looked at the celestial Darch with an extremely determined expression. The celestial Darch moved his lips upon seeing Lin's expression, but he gave up in the end. So be it. I've only revealed some of this to you because of the incident with the Snow Maidens. There are still other candidates for the heaven-mending sect. If you want to join the heaven-mending sect, then contact me. The celestial Darch heaved a forlorn sigh, and Lin nodded, but in his heart he was thinking, contact my A**S. Even if I were to join the heaven-crushing sect, I wouldn't join the heaven-mending sect. Thus, the matter came to a conclusion. The celestial Darch didn't say anything else. He had already said everything that needed to be said. Never would Lin have thought that their conversation would yield so much earth-shattering information. This world wasn't as peaceful as it seemed, and Lin couldn't help but feel a little disconsolate as he thought back to what he had just said. He had never thought of himself as an ordinary person. He was so exceptional. It was exactly because he was so exceptional that he was so distressed. The holy glacial lands had been struck by a devastating disaster. If this was due to a flaw in the heavenly Tao, then where was the next disaster going to strike? Chapter 869. and Lin and the others flew out of the holy glacial lands and into the kingdom of the 9 states. And Lin's system suddenly flashed again. He opened it to find that the mission progress for the god of war heaven blasting cannon had been updated. The 10 returned to void stage mighty figures had been reduced to 6 again, and the wild saber immortal had been added to the list. Tisk, that's strange. Why does this be asterisk starred only hate me now? Shouldn't it have hated me when I broke the spell formation? And Lin was a little perplexed. Unbeknownst to him, the wild saber immortal was being pummeled relentlessly by the divine Bat Emperor in the distance. The divine Bat Emperor didn't believe a single word of the wild saber immortal's explanation as to how the spell formation had been broken. The Kirin blood jade was so close to being his, but it had escaped right under his nose. How could the divine Bat Emperor just accept this? He had nowhere to vent his rage, so he could only pummel the wild saber immortal. The wild saber immortal's hatred toward Lin hadn't reached a certain level yet, but after a series of vicious beatings, it finally exploded. It could be said that it hated the man who broke its formation to the core. On a massive floating continent, all types of immortal buildings were situated here, and a massive rift had appeared within an immortal abode enshrouded in white divine light. A graceful man in an imperial robe with divine might exuding from his features made his way out of the rift with several humans and beasts trailing behind him. "This is my treasure pavilion. Please wait here." The man who had spoken was none other than the master of the celestial court, the celestial Dharch, and Lin and the others waited obediently off to the side. A celestial maiden in a plain Taoist robe made her way over from nearby. "And Lin, Xiaoza, Xiaolan, I'm so glad you're all right." The celestial maiden made her way over with an elated smile on her face. "It's all thanks to your timely notification. Also, your father is so handsome." And Lin was not stingy with his praise this time. "Indeed, the celestial Dharch is the most domineering I've ever seen." Su Xiaolan nodded in agreement. The celestial maiden was none other than the celestial Thearcha's daughter, Lin Junjun. The smile on her face widened upon hearing others praise her father. "Of course, my father is the best." Lin Junjun turned to the middle-aged man beside her with a curious expression. "Are you the demonic blood Kirin?" The middle-aged man shook his head with a solemn expression. "I'm no longer the demonic blood Kirin. I'm a cultured man with a name. My name is Dongfang Zhuangshi. PFFF." Lin Junjun couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva before immediately coming to a realization. "Cough, cough, cough. Oh my, the celestial court is a little cold. I must have caught a cold." "What a nice name." Lin Junjun praised sincerely. "Thank you." The uncle smiled and nodded, and Lin and Su Xiaolan felt as if 10,000 beasts were stampeding madly in their hearts. He exclaimed in his heart, as expected of father and daughter, their reactions were exactly the same. "Can't you be more shameless and be more honest? Don't speak against your conscience." Soon, the celestial Dharch emerged from the treasure pavilion and tossed a storage ring to Lin. 15 million spirit stones are all in there. You can count them. And Lin didn't count the storage ring. Instead, he blinked in confusion. 10 million spirit stones as a minimum, no upper limit. Did that mission really only give 10 million? The celestial Dharch cursed internally, but a smile appeared on his face. "That's right. Information is only worth that much. After all, there's not much useful information. Don't you King know who got the most out of this mission? If it weren't for the fact that Lin and the others had risked their lives and endured many hardships, he wouldn't even want to give them the 10 million spirit stones." And Lin handed the storage ring to Xiaoza. "I'm going back to the university soon. Take these spirit stones back to the 4-9 Immortal Sect." These were the rewards they had received for completing missions in the name of the 4-9 Immortal Sect, so they naturally had to be included in the 4-9 Immortal Sect's funds. Xiaoza accepted the storage ring, and he was extremely motivated. He had already made up his mind to make the sect look good. That way, he would be even more proud when Fanny came to visit him. Under certain circumstances, love really could be the driving force behind a man's efforts. And Lin was also very happy to see this. After all, he was the one who had played the matchmaker for these two, so he felt a great sense of accomplishment. And Lin bade farewell to the Celestial Arch and Lin Junjun before returning to the university. Xiaoza and Aonyo went to the 4-9 Immortal sect to build a beautiful new sect. Dongfang Zhuangshi couldn't leave in Lin, so he took the groundhog and gluttony with him to the United University of Cultivation. With his powerful consciousness, it wouldn't be a problem for him to leave in Lin for a while. However, he still had to plan his mythological beast body. On a bright and sunny afternoon, within the 4th-year dormitory area of Xiuxian United University, Xiao Hong was standing on the windowsill of the small attic. She was gorgeously dressed as she sang a beautiful song. The sunlight shone down upon her body, transforming it into pure energy, and her cultivation base was also slowly progressing. She was the second person in the Beast Pet team to reach the soul formation stage after Xiao Chou. Dabai worked hard to progress to the half-step soul formation stage, but he was still at the bottom of the Beast Pet team. His 4th brother hadn't even been born yet, so he couldn't compare. His 5th sister was already at the return to void stage. His 6th brother was about to progress to the legendary return to void stage, and his 7th brother or 7th sister in the phoenix egg was already more powerful than him even before they were born. Dabai was in despair. He also lay on the windowsill and stared at Xiao Hong with his big, round eyes. Xiao Hong's cultivation base was progressing just by singing and basking in the sun. He was extremely envious of her. Dabai, don't you need to cultivate today? Specks of golden light erupted from Tina's wings as she flew around the snowy white dog with a dainty smile. No, I feel like no matter how hard I try, I won't be able to catch up to Xiao Hong. This is a huge blow to my confidence, woof. Dabai was a little dejected. I'm still at the bottom of the Beast Pet team. I heard that Big Brother and is coming back today, so I hope he can bring back 1 or 2 underlings with lower cultivation bases than me from the sinister spirit beast cesspool. Tina cocked her head to the side as her emerald eyes shimmered under the sunlight. She opened her mouth to say something, but she swallowed her words in the end. Stupid Dabai, wouldn't Lin take in underlings with lower cultivation bases than you? Not long after that, the sound of a door being opened sounded. I'm back, and Lin yelled. Expressions of elation appeared on Tina and Dabai's faces as they rushed toward the door to greet their master. Welcome home, Giant and Lin. Tina was elated. Big Brother in. Did you reap anything from the sinister spirit beast cesspool? Woof. Dabai was extremely excited. I did. You're going to have a new member. And Lin replied with a mysterious expression. Dabai's body shuddered as his mouth gaped open. My God! Happiness had come too suddenly. Was this what it meant to be a dream come true? Was he finally going to have another underling? Was he going to be the last in the Beast Pet team? Big Brother in, who is it? Dabai asked with a scorching light in his eyes, and Lin waved a hand. Little Goo, come out. Immediately afterward, a translucent little white insect that was as beautiful as a work of art appeared before Dabai. Insect? A smile appeared on Dabai's face. You're Little Goo, right? I'm Dabai. You can call me Big Brother Bai from now on. Don't worry, I'll protect you no matter what happens. The little white insect nodded obediently before speaking in an extremely pleasant voice. Hello, Big Brother Bai. Dabai was extremely satisfied. By the way, what cultivation base are you at now, Little Goo? I'm a half-step soul formation stage spirit beast, so I'm only half a step away from becoming a soul beast. Woof! The little white insect replied in a crisp voice. You're the best, Big Brother Bai. I'm a return to void initial stage immortal beast. Boom! The jade bone immortal bug's voice crashed into Dabai's mind like a bolt of divine thunder. Dabai's body trembled with shock. Little Goo, Dubby, what did you say? Your cultivation base. To be more precise, I'm at the pinnacle of the return to void initial stage. The jade bone immortal bug replied with a sheepish expression. Boom! Another critical strike. Debai's body swayed unsteadily as a tragic smile appeared on its face. Immortal beast? It was flexing in front of an immortal beast. Plop! Debai's body collapsed onto the ground, and there was a look of despair on his face. What's wrong, Big Brother Bai? The little white insect asked with concern. I'm such a useless dog, woof. A tragic smile appeared on Debai's face as it closed its eyes. Tina and Lin. Chapter 870. Debai, what's wrong? And Lin asked with concern. Don't bother me. I'm worse than a worm. I'm just a dog at the bottom, woof. Debai lay on the ground with a lifeless expression, and Lin finally understood why Debai was like this. It turned out that his confidence had been crushed by the other members of the Beast Pet team. He squatted down beside Debai and stroked his furry head as he spoke in a gentle voice. Debai, your horizons are too narrow. You need to broaden your horizons and not just focus on our Beast Pet team. My horizons are too narrow? Debai blinked his big black eyes with a thoughtful expression. That's right. And Lin spoke in a meaningful voice. What rank is Lu Debao's beach sea turtle? I think it's 5th stage Dao body. Woof. Debai nodded. Then beat it up. And Lin spoke with a solemn expression. He continued, Let me ask you again. What rank is Tang Shimin's Earth Explosion Lion? I think it's 8th stage Dao body. Debai was a little hesitant. I can't beat you, so I'll just go beat him up. And Lin spoke in a matter-of-fact manner. Will I really not be beaten up by Tang Shimin then? Woof. Debai was scared. He's just a spirit-nurturing stage cultivator. How is he going to beat you? And Lin chuckled. Debai suddenly came to a realization. Let me ask you again, Chang'e's rabbit. Forget about it. And Lin waved his hand. Expand your horizons beyond our Beast Pet team to the entire Xiaoxian United University. You'll find that aside from our Beast Pet team, which other Beast Pet team isn't a pushover, once you expand your horizons, you'll find that you're invincible. Debai's eyes widened as if he had understood something. It murmured with tears in its eyes. So that's how it is? So I've always been too short-sighted, Tina was shocked. It turned out that her horizons were too narrow and she needed to broaden them. Was this what he meant? So, short-sightedness could be used like this. The jade bone immortal bug was also very astonished. This was the first time it had discovered that its master was such a smooth talker. Debai was truly touched by Lin's words, and he gave him an excited hug. Big brother, and you're the best. Listening to you is more rewarding than cultivating for 10 years, woof. And Lin smiled and rubbed the dog's head. He wasn't spouting nonsense. It was just like China's table tennis players. After entering the national team, they felt that they couldn't beat anyone and felt very desperate and inferior. Then broaden your horizons and look at the entire world. If he went to another country to play against them, he would be able to beat them in all sorts of ways and regain his confidence. Go, Debai. Go find your glory, and Lin encouraged. All right, big brother, and I'm going now, woof. Debai waved a paw and bade farewell to Lin before walking out of the dorm room with its chest puffed out and its head held high. Debai exited the dorm room and was greeted by the sight of a new house being constructed on a lawn several dozen meters away from the dorm room. There was a man and 2 beasts gesturing to the side. Were they new neighbors? A sly smile appeared on Debai's face. Big brother, Bai was the boss here. It was time for them to experience the horror of being dominated by Big Brother Bai. Debai made his way over and cleared his throat. Ahem, you're new here? The man turned around and nodded politely. That's right, and you are? Debai took a look at the male. Wow, this student looks a bit old. He looks like a middle-aged man. Could he be a backdoor student or something? Debai patted his chest with his paw and continued. I'm Debai. I'm the leader of this place. As the gang leader here, I'll take care of you in the future. but you have to address me respectfully as Brother Bai, understand? You have to greet me when you see me, and you have to be respectful, understand? Ptaha. The groundhog chortled with glee. Where did this stupid dog come from? Even dogs are so stupid, so its owner must be a stupid C** and T as well, right? Ha ha ha. Debai's eyes widened, and he slammed his paw into the ground, upon which the ground instantly cracked open. His half-step soul formation stage aura also exploded forth. Little mouse, I'll give you one chance to reorganize your words. Debai was truly enraged. A mere groundhog dared to jump on his head and mock him? What would he do in the future? If he didn't teach it a lesson, it wouldn't know why the flowers were so red. Hee, where did this stupid dog come from? F***ck off. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The groundhog didn't back down in the slightest. The middle-aged man didn't say anything. Instead, he looked on with an intrigued expression. Debai woof. The groundhog, ah. Both of them roared as they pounced toward one another. Thump, thump, thump. Bang, bang, bang. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Puff, puff, puff. After an earth-shattering battle, Debai lay on the ground with a bruised and swollen face. On its body was a ferocious groundhog. Why, didn't you say you were invincible in the entire school? Why was I beaten into the ground by a groundhog in my first battle? Debai finally broke down and bawled with tears streaming down his face. The groundhog faltered upon seeing this. Why was she crying when they were going to fight? As a native of the sinister spirit beast cesspool, he couldn't accept someone crying after losing a battle. How disgusting. The groundhog walked away with a disdainful expression. Who are you calling disgusting? Woof. Debai stopped crying and glared angrily. I'm talking about a dog that cries after losing a fight. How disgusting. The groundhog didn't even try to disguise its disdain. Debai was enraged, and he pounced toward the groundhog again. I'm going to kill you. Woof. Rumble. His domain erupted. Silver wind blades enveloped the entire void. The groundhog chuckled fearlessly, and another intense battle ensued. Thump, thump, thump. Pa pa pa. Da-da-da. Poo-pee-you. After the fierce battle, Debai was once again foaming at the mouth and lying on the ground. Hee, do you concede? The groundhog stood on Debai's back and looked down at him from above. Debai was so angry that his whole body trembled. I don't accept this, woof. What followed was another series of bouncing. Pa pa pa. Da-da-da. Poo-pee-you in the small attic. And Lin had just experienced an extremely perilous battle, and he was finally able to relax. As such, he naturally had to take a good rest and enjoy the rest of his life. He poured a cup of tea for himself. This was a spirit tea from the sinister spirit beast cesspool, and it was known as the White Fox Immortal Tea. It was extremely fragrant and was completely different from the violent atmosphere of that rundown place. Tina sat on the table with her legs crossed, and she carefully held the teacup in her little hands before sipping from it. Delicious. Her eyes narrowed with bliss as she praised from the bottom of her heart. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face as he also sipped from his cup. Jian and Lin, do you think it's a good idea for Debai to bully other people's beast pets like this? Tina asked in a quiet voice. He won't. And Lin shook his head with a confident expression. Debai knows what he's doing. He'll only scare those little animals at most, but he won't do anything serious. His voice had only just fallen. Bang! The sound of the doorbell rang out. Debai appeared at the door. You're back already? Tina was surprised, and Lin was also quite surprised, and a smile appeared on his face. It's probably because he's too lonely and couldn't find a worthy opponent, so he decided to come back. Debai then appeared before them. His face was swollen, and his entire body was covered in bruises. One of his teeth was broken, and there were still traces of tears on his face. Wah, big brotherin. Debai pounced toward Lin and sobbed. I'm never going out again. I'm so useless. I can't beat anyone. The outside world is so scary. Woof. And Lin. Chapter 871. And Lin was dumbstruck upon seeing Debai's pitiful state. Holy F asterisk CK. Debai, how did you end up like this? Who did this? A groundhog. Woof. Debai felt like he had been completely humiliated today, and he spoke with a humiliated expression. And Lin, he felt like he already knew why Debai had lost. A golden groundhog that's about half the height of a grown man? And Lin asked. Debai's expression shifted. That's right. Big brother, and how did you know? Woof. And Lin's lips twitched as he heaved a forlorn sigh. That groundhog is a soul beast at the soul formation pinnacle stage from the sinister spirit beast cesspool. It would be a miracle if you could defeat it. Debai's mouth gaped open in shock. That groundhog isn't a beast pet of the Alliance of Cultivation. You have to broaden your horizons, but don't go overboard. Go on, Debai, and continue your journey of conquest. And Lin tossed a regenerative spirit pill to Debai as he continued to offer words of encouragement. Debai's body shuddered, and he hugged Lin tightly as he shook his head vigorously. No, big brother I feel like I'll be fine as long as I stay by your side. A harmonious society is the most important thing. Woof. Debai was as scared as a dog at this moment. He really was scared. He had only just stepped out of the house, and he was already beaten to a pulp by a groundhog, who knew what would happen if he continued to wander around. And Lin had no choice but to let Debai do as he pleased. However, not long after that, a knock sounded on the door. He walked over to open the door, only to discover that Dongfang Zhuangshi had come to visit with the peerless saber demon and gluttony. Debai's legs gave out from under him again upon seeing this visitor. He almost thought that this was a pervert who had come to beat him up again. He was then greeted by the sight of Lin making his way over to the middle-aged man. The conversation was very pleasant. After learning the truth, the groundhog came over to apologize to Debai, and this made Debai feel extremely flattered. So you guys know each other? You should have said so earlier. Woof. Debai came back to its senses and spoke with a wronged expression. It felt like it had been beaten up for nothing. No discord, no concord. A smile appeared on the groundhog's face. My Dao title is the Peerless Saber Demon, so let's call each other brothers from now on. You can call me Big Brother Saber, and I'll call you Little Brother Bai. How about that? Debai shuddered. He was the one who wanted to be the big brother first, and Lin and Dongfang Zhuangshi chatted as they sipped tea. As the conversation went on, the middle-aged man finally talked about something important. Now that I've returned to this world, I've abandoned my identity as the demonic blood Kirin, and I'm going to live on as a human as Dongfang Zhuangshi. Now the plan to reconstruct my body is about to begin, the middle-aged man announced. Oh, is there anything I can help you with? And Lin was feeling a little guilty about the Kirin Blood Jade incident. After all, the Kirin Blood Jade was the most perfect body for the middle-aged man. However, it had been swallowed by Lin, which resulted in the middle-aged man clinging to Lin all the time. He felt really terrible. All right, and Lin had to admit that this wasn't an issue of guilt. He just didn't want a weird, middle-aged man clinging to him all the time. He and Su Xiaolan had risked their lives to save Dongfang Zhuangshi from that accursed place, so they had repaid the favor. They had helped the middle-aged man break out of prison right under Panga's nose. Wait, a thought suddenly occurred to Lin, and his eyes widened as he drew a sharp intake of breath. He had saved the criminal that Pangu was going to punish. Didn't that mean that he and Pangu were enemies now? A chill ran down his spine at the thought of this. Mr. Lin, what's wrong? Dongfang Zhuangshi noticed that Lin's expression was a little off. No, it's nothing. And Lin forced a smile onto his face, but he felt a chill run down his spine. He felt like he was about to die. Go on. And Lin smiled. Dongfang Zhuangshi nodded. A body that's too weak can't bear my powerful and perfect consciousness, so I have to forge a perfect, mythological beast body myself. And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. Could they not be so exaggerated? Dongfang Zhuangshi continued. First of all, in order to ensure the divinity and spirituality of this body, I need to obtain the heart of the divine god and the divine god's elixir. Gasp. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. What is it? Dongfang Zhuangshi was confused. Nothing, go on. And Lin paused for a moment before taking another sip of tea to calm himself down. The heart of the divine god was an inherited divine rank consciousness body, while the divine god's elixir was an inherited divine rank energy body. He recalled that when he progressed to the soul formation stage, one of the mission requirements was to absorb the heart of the divine god and the divine god's elixir. Dongfang Zhuangshi continued. The second requirement is also more difficult. I need to consume a divine paragon fruit and use the divine fruit to forge a mythological beast body. PFFF. And Lin spat out a mouthful of tea. The middle-aged man was dumbstruck. What are you doing? Why are you so flustered? And Lin's lips twitched. Uncle, are you sure this is the material to forge a mythological beast body? Of course. Why would I lie to you? Dongfang Zhuangshi was a little angry. Why would I need the exact same material to progress to the soul formation stage as you do? And Lin couldn't help but ask. Dongfang Zhuangshi, you shouldn't need that material to progress to the soul formation stage. Dongfang Zhuangshi spoke with a serious expression. But I really did. I have no reason to lie to you. And Lin replied with a serious expression. I can testify to that, woof. Dabai raised his paw. Dongfang Zhuangshi fell silent. Was there something wrong? Why did he feel like his grand plan to forge a mythological beast body had suddenly become so lame? That's not it. I need a few more pieces of mythological beast bones. Dongfang Zhuangshi seemed to have found something that could save him some face, and he spoke with an excited expression. Let me tell you, the divine paragon fruit can forge a body, but the bones of mythological beasts are the most difficult to obtain. In this current world, the bones of mythological beasts that have not been processed are far too rare. You need to be extremely lucky to find them. Boom! Dongfang Zhuangshi didn't even get a chance to finish a sentence before a series of white bones appeared before him, all of which exuded extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. These are the mythological beast bones you want. If they're not enough, I have more in my storage ring, and Lin said with a lavish expression. Dongfang Zhuangshi, this was a little too much, and he needed some time to recover. Thank you. Dongfang Zhuangshi stowed the mythological beast bones away without any hesitation. I feel like the aura of these bones is a little familiar, he said. Do you know about the bones of the mutant blood phoenix? And Lin asked. Dongfang Zhuangshi faltered slightly upon hearing this before a complex expression appeared on his face. Fate sure is mysterious. He didn't continue on this topic. Instead, he began a discussion about the heart of the divine god and the divine god's elixir. I might have to search for the tombs of mighty figures all over the world. Only those tombs can give birth to the heart of the divine god and the divine god's elixir. I've calculated the energy within my body, and if I leave your side and don't fight, I can last about a year. If a battle erupts, then it's hard to say. An intense battle could exhaust all of the energy within my body. And Lin nodded. You don't have anything like a portable power source? Huh. Dongfang Zhuangshi faltered upon hearing this. Oh, it's like a backup energy ball, the kind that you can use to replenish energy when you run out, and Lin explained. Dongfang Zhuangshi shook his head. I can't. I can only obtain energy by getting close to you. You're like the sun, and I'm like a blade of grass. If I don't see you for too long, then I'll die. Xiao Hong suddenly chimed in her sweet voice. That's the most touching confession I've ever heard. And Lin, Dongfang Zhuangshi, can't you just photosynthesize? Why do you have to butt in? And Lin was enraged. I think Xiaohong has a point. Dabai raised a paw in agreement. Slap. Dabai was slapped to the ground by Enlin. That's fine. You can come back whenever you want to replenish your energy. I'm usually at the university. Enlin massaged his brows. Dongfang Zhuangshi nodded with a smile. One last thing. I need to find a place to settle the vast land of blood. This floating continent also needs to absorb the power of stars to maintain its operation. I've already received permission from the Celestial Arch to settle near Xiaoxian United University. Do you have any recommendations? And Lin pondered for a moment before his eyes abruptly lit up. Chapter 872. Over 1,000 kilometers to the west of Xiaoxian United University. And Lin arrived atop a cloud atop his dog with a smile on his face. This is the place. Dongfang Zhuangshi stepped through the air and looked around at the floating white clouds. There was nothing special about this place, so he asked with a curious expression, "Why did you choose this place? Didn't you say that your vast land of blood needs to absorb the power of stars? This is the place where the power of stars is the most abundant when Xiaolan and I stroll through the clouds at night," and Lin replied with a smile. Dongfang Zhuangshi was caught off guard and forced another mouthful of dog food into his mouth. A crimson bead suddenly appeared in his mouth, and he spat it into the air. The bead flew toward the white clouds, and the space around it began to twist and warp. Countless materials shot forth in a spiral pattern, which was none other than the land and buildings of the vast land of blood. Soon, a crimson continent appeared before everyone's eyes. The bead flew toward the massive mushroom house at the center of the continent, from which a boundless red light emanated. By the way, Uncle Dongfang, why did you build so many mushroom houses up there? Who are they for? And Lin asked with a perplexed expression. He had thought that this was some kind of set of ruins with all types of living beings on it, but that was not the case. These were all empty houses with strange appearances. Well, Dongfang Zhuangshi looked at Enlin as if he was hesitating about something. Enlin spoke with a serious expression. Uncle Dongfang, don't hide those things from me. Perhaps it was because he had been influenced by Enlin's appearance, or perhaps it was because of the Kirin blood jade's concealment effect. But Dongfang Zhuangshi finally heaved a faint sigh before extending a hand toward the continent. So be it. I'll show you what this continent really looks like. Dongfang Zhuangshi's hand began to flip over, and at the same time, the vast land of blood also began to flip over. In the end, the houses were facing the ground, and the rock formation at the bottom was facing the sky. And Lin blinked with confusion. What? Why is the vast land of blood standing upside down? Is this what the continent really looks like? The vast land of blood is standing upside down? He felt like he had been played. Dongfang Zhuangshi. Don't say anything. Come with me. The uncle gently landed on the edge of the boundless rock formation and arrived at a certain place. And Lin rode Dabai and followed behind the uncle. When they landed on the rock stratum, they discovered that there seemed to be a faintly discernible door of distorted light in front of them. Your cultivation bases will be restricted in there. Remember, don't use any power or it'll affect the stability of the interior, Dongfang Zhuangshi cautioned in a solemn voice. And Lin and Dabai nodded at the same time, their hearts filled with excitement. Exploring and uncovering certain secrets would always bring about a certain kind of pleasure. Dongfang Zhuangshi walked into the faint gate of light and disappeared, and Lin and Dabai followed closely behind him. After a series of visual changes, they appeared in a very strange yet familiar place. This is... And Lin stood rooted to the spot, unable to conceal the shock on his face. Bright and enchanting sunlight shone down upon the earth, and a clear moat flowed past before them. There were willows by the river, creating a picturesque scenery, and several beautiful birds perched on the branches. There was a city wall that wasn't very large behind the moat, and there was also a city gate. There were soldiers stationed at the gate, and there were pedestrians and carriages below. However, The river was completely still, the wind was completely still, the willows and birds were completely still, the pedestrians and carriages were completely still. Everything was completely still. This was the reason why Lin was astonished. This was like a world that had been frozen in time. As you can see, this is a world where time has been frozen. Dongfang Zhuangshi spoke in a low voice. His expression couldn't be seen, and only his slightly bleak figure could be seen. Come with me. Dongfang Zhuangshi led the way. This was the first time Lin had seen something like this, and he couldn't help but look around with great interest. There were words on the city gate which read, Ling Gu City. They walked through the city gate to discover that the buildings within were identical to the ones in the vast land of blood. There were mushroom-shaped buildings with all types of beautiful colors and shapes. Many of the buildings had intricate plaques hanging from the top of the mushroom buildings, and some people were waving their hands as if they were yelling. As expected, this place is a reflection of the vast land of blood. However, one side is a beautiful scene, while the other is a scene of destruction, and Lin murmured to himself. Debai wagged his snowy white tail from side to side, and his eyes widened with curiosity as he looked around. It saw a lone rock on the ground and casually kicked it, but it missed. It staggered and almost flipped over, and Lin caught sight of a fallen leaf flying through the air beside a tree, and he reached out to grab it, only to have his hand pass through the leaf, upon which his eyes widened again. This is clearly real. Why can't I touch it? Yes, everything here was extremely real, but he couldn't touch this kind of reality. Dongfang Zhuangshi replied, This is a world without time, so it's naturally different from ours. And Lin tried to use the vital energy of heaven and earth here, only to find that he couldn't even use vital energy. It was a very peculiar feeling, as if he had arrived in a world that didn't belong to him at all. He could only act as a bystander. All the flowers, birds, insects, fish, all of them were paintings in front of him. A painting that wouldn't fade, one that could be admired forever. Dongfang Zhuangshi continued to lead the way, and Lin was very curious where the middle-aged man was taking them. After walking for a while, the middle-aged man stopped in front of a mushroom house. This was a rather short mushroom house with the words Miracle Hand Shop hanging from the plaque, and Lin blinked. Was he going to find a doctor? The middle-aged man walked up the wooden steps and entered the house before stopping in front of a woman. A look of reminiscence appeared on his face for the first time as he stared at the woman before him with a dazed expression, and Lin turned to look at the woman. She appeared to be a doctor in a cream-colored dress, and she was applying for medicine with her nimble hands. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and there was a faint smile on her face. The sunlight outside shone upon her face, making her smile appear even more radiant and enchanting. It had to be said that this was a very beautiful woman, and Lin was looking at this woman with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He then thought back to the woman that Dongfang Zhuangshi had mentioned. She seemed to have died from a sudden calamity, right? Could it be this woman in front of him? That was certainly a possibility, especially after seeing the other side of the vast land of blood. This thought became even stronger. All of a sudden, his sea of vital energy rippled violently. To put it more accurately, it wasn't his sea of vital energy. Instead, it was Kiran who was in his sea of vital energy. He clasped a hand over his chest, and tears began to flow from his eyes. And Lin